Council meeting back in July. So all these directive, very strategic documents, kind of like formulate our vision for digital transformation in Africa. But also, I wanted to touch on that as we are facing rapid expansion of our continent population. The urgency to enhance our digital infrastructure and connectivity cannot be overstated, because this is the foundation layer for all these efforts and for all these visions in the digital transformation agenda. It's urgency that to enhance our digital infrastructure, connectivity, and it's not about technology. So all these strategies that I have mentioned, it's not just about strategy. It's about people lives. It's about opportunities. It's about future of our economies and societies. So we look at it from a very broad perspective. So in the heart of the digital transformation strategy, you will find the significance of the regional connectivity. It's very obvious. So it's imperative that we recognize the transformative power of the regional connectivity, and bridging the digital divide is also at heart of all these strategies that African Union put in place for our member states, maybe to guide them through this transformative journey. So it's really vital that we think about the bridging the digital divide. It's to facilitate trade, for example, and also to boost innovation and enhance the competitiveness of our nations in Africa, and also to increase the access of reliable internet. It's a catalyst for economic growth, right? And it will unlock opportunities in sectors, and the digital transformation strategy for Africa focuses on health, education, and agricultural sector, because those are mainly the sectors that are very vital for our continent. So it's for us now to translate this access into productivity, if I may say. So access to the internet is merely the first step. It's the first step that we need for the rest of the effort to be able to be kind of like achieved. So our focus must shift towards transforming this access into productive use. This is what we are trying to highlight or focus on. So we must prioritize digital literacy initiatives, because definitely the skills also is a very important element in the digital transformation strategy. And this will, of course, empower our citizen, our youth, and allow them to really benefit from this digitization effort. However, there is a couple of challenges that we need to overcome to make this a reality, which is, the first one is the infrastructure gap. The infrastructure gap is as we hear, it's vital, and the African continent remained, compared with the global standard, there is definitely rooms for improvement. Also, there is the policy barriers, and this is what we are trying to work very hard in harmonizing policies. So it's for our member states, it will be easier when it comes to policies. So we're trying to streamlining all these necessarily policies that put in place by the member states, so that we can encourage the cross-border data flow, for example, which has a huge impact on for example, the African single digital market. And I mentioned the digital divide. So while we see the progress made by the member states, and thank you for sharing that, the digital connectivity is there is a significant gap, remain a significant challenge. So increasing the mobile broadband penetration by just 10% could yield to a 2.5% increase in GDP. per capita, so across the continent. So it's just, we need to think about that. Therefore, investing in the ICT infrastructure is essential for driving the economic transformation. I just wanted to conclude by some kind of like strategic recommendation in the digital transformation strategy, which is investment in infrastructure. We're trying to encourage investment in infrastructure, prioritizing funding for cross-border initiatives, and also we are looking at strengthening the regional institutions and the regs, so empowering them to do the coordination part. It's very important to have this coordination done very well between member states and regionals for this regional connectivity project, and also working on the public-private partnerships. It's very important. No single player can do this alone, so we need to kind of like move from acting and working in silos and encourage governments to adopt the PPP models. It's very, very important also to promote skills development, because as I said, all this is definitely linked to our societies, to transform our societies through this technology. Definitely the most important recommendation is to focus on policy harmonization, work towards eliminating these barriers and standardization, regularization across borders to promote, free trade, and to promote and to make it easy for goods and services to move cross border. So enhancing the regional connectivity is not just an infrastructural challenge, but it's a comprehensive strategy that addresses economic and job creation, youth empowerment. So we need to prioritize these initiatives to unlock Africa potentials, and it's as a global powerhouse while ensuring inclusive growth. So it's really important we take a whole approach on this, and at the African Union we always work closely with our member states, supporting them to kind of like achieve, of course, the AU digital transformation strategy, as well as of course our Agenda 2063 aspiration and goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for all the work that the AU is doing, getting countries to see together the importance of digital transformation. I think the strategy was a very important blueprint that covers, the importance of the foundation, the importance of the application, and, the focus, as you mentioned now, moving from the strategy into productive use is very much welcome. And we've seen from the conversation with the countries intervening a number of examples of how those productive use are being applied. I want to build on one point you had at the end in the strategic recommendation. You mentioned PPP and the private sector, and I think this is a very good segue for our colleague from IFC, Mr. Sumaya Banerjee. He's a manager of IFC. If you're connected, Sumaya. So, I mean, this sector is private sector driven, the innovation and the resources. And IFC has issued a report lately that shows there will be 230 million digital jobs in sub-Saharan Africa. So the potential also of, having the private sector at the center of the sector development. So I want to invite you to share with us, what IFC is doing, what is the potential for the private sector, what do you see as maybe challenges, so lend us to a bigger role of the private sector in this ambition of digital transformation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, perfectly.
Okay, wonderful. So thank you very much. I'm very glad to be here. I cover wider infrastructure, but telecom is clearly a big part of that. So thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to address. Also, I want to also lock in on the previous speaker. Several points are very, very well taken and very important to the private sector. So I will touch upon those briefly, and maybe we can delve into that a little more in detail eventually. So just to give you a sense of what IFC is doing in the private sector in infrastructure, so in telecoms. So we have more or less four lines of business where we are directly supporting the private sector. One is in broadband. One business segment we can call towers. One is directly the operators, and also data centers. So we really feel that the private sector is key to the promotion of the digital integration through strengthening of the connectivity links between the countries. We have one aspect of this is obviously strengthening the connectivity links through the expansion of cross-border broadband networks, which again speaks to the regional integration point that you have mentioned. And IFC basically provides long-term debt and equity to private players who are seeking to expand these kind of businesses. So the presence of private sector is key, not only to bring in the innovation, but also to bring in practices that we have seen in other places, and kind of leapfrog in a way some of the development paths that has been taken in some other countries. So digital sector, I believe, is development and not go through much of the years of the development path that other countries have taken. So I think to that extent in Africa there is a potential, and I feel quite excited of the technology and bringing the growth and the opportunities to the populations in a much quicker way than has been experienced in many other countries. So we are mentioned about the 230 million digital jobs. One of the integration layers that I would like to mention, there are several of those, but one of the places that I would like to mention is a company called Biak, in which we have invested this continent, and it builds data center infrastructure, and it also supports the connectivity of the ecosystem by providing high-speed broadband to end users, enabling digitally linked enterprises and jobs. We are also partnering with mobile network operators to implement and de-risk device financing initiatives. So device financing, we believe, is another area where the private sector can play a huge role, so that there is access to people to be able to use those to be able to use the services that are being provided. So sometimes what happens is that not being able to afford those devices becomes a barrier. So we are working on models through which the private sector is able to provide financing. And we are trying to support those private operators in terms of how digital devices can be put into the hands of relatively of people who can relatively less afford those. So this requires actually a strategic deployment of blended finance, and believe that the World Bank Group and other development finance institutions have a significant role to play. So financing devices is probably going to play the major roles after the access has been provided, the infrastructure and the access has been provided, so that people are able to actually use it and also apply it in their lives. One more thing I wanted to mention is in terms of policy. I think it is extremely important to have policy certainty, policy uniformity for the private sector to be able to bring in long-term investments. So what IFC does is in all these four different business areas that I mentioned, it is able to provide long-term financing. The long-term financing is able to attract investments into the sector. But one of the underpinning of this is that the private sector seeks long-term certain all to be available. Now, this requires a significant amount of interface from the government, significant support from the policymakers, and some kind of a multi-year visibility. So there is a lot of work going on in this, and I believe that this again locks in very well what we heard from the Africa Union. So let me stop here now, and happy to take more questions as well. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for mentioning the different areas where creating an enabling environment for the private sector is important. And I think the point that you mentioned around access is not only the infrastructure but also the devices. So we see cases where the connection is there and people do not use it, and sometimes the cost of the device is one of the issues that prevents internet usage. So unfortunately, we're getting to the end of our session. We did start a little bit late, so I'm being asked to liberate the room for the next session. I really want to thank all the panelists for their intervention, and I thank you all for being patient with us, and please join me to thank them all for their contributions. Thank you.
Yes, so we move to the second session. We start now the second, we are starting another session now on energy. Yes, now, yeah. Crispin is the moderator. We are starting this second session. You are a speaker, right? No, Bachi is a speaker. So yeah. It's on energy. Yes, Continental Master. Yeah, Continental Master Plan and Africa Single Electricity Market.
Where do they sit? We will take this first row. If we go to the top, then there is.
No, we stay here. All.
So I will.
No, bring him. There is no protocol.
The head of the EU delegation is here.
Yeah, I don't know. We will call him.
You can come already.
Yes. Good morning. Good.
But I will call you up to come and join.
Yeah.
Recording in progress.
partners to continue supporting us, in particular as we move to the next phase of implementation of the AFSEM and the CMP. The African Union Commission, together with AUDA NEPAD, reaffirms its commitment to continue working together with all our partners, our member states, power pools represented here, and all the energy stakeholders in the continent to make sure we attain our objectives. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, my brother. That was, for me, an opening remark, which opens also our ears now to listen more in deeply, in such a way that whatever we listen here, we take it back to try and say, which is my part in this? He has already done it for me. He has already called on the African Development Bank, and I want to call upon my brother Paul Bachi Balde to give us opening remarks representing the bank. He is sent here by the Vice President to come and give us an opening remarks. So you know how serious it is when the Vice President says, I want to be there, but I can't. I'm sending my ambassador. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Kamugisha Kazaura, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. It is my great honor and pleasure to be here in this beautiful and historic city of Addis Ababa, a home to many international organizations. I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to AUDA NEPAD for hosting this session, and to all participants and partners for joining us this morning to discuss the progress made in the development of the CMP. Power supply security, manifested by the availability and reliability of electricity, remains a major challenge in most African countries, which lack adequate generation capacity as well as transmission and distribution infrastructure. Consequently, rolling blackouts remain frequent in several countries, adversely affecting socioeconomic development. The IEA estimates that 600 million Africans continue to lack access to electricity, which is incidentally the cleanest form of clean cooking. Only 56% of Africa's population have access, with rural and peri-urban communities in sub-Saharan Africa being the most disadvantaged. The development and implementation of the CMP will facilitate the push towards universal access to clean, affordable, and reliable electricity supply, and hence drive socioeconomic development and growth across the continent. With expected increases in population and rising demands for modern energy services, substantial investment in power supply infrastructure is essential at the continental, regional, and national levels. This is crucial for Africa people like GIAP, SE for All, World Bank, AFDB, EU, everybody, leveraging national energy working groups and similar energy platforms. Since 2022, the ADB has contributed a total of $6 million towards an additional $900,000 to enable the East African Power Pool to update their master plan in line with the CMP. The bank is here today not only as the institution mandated by the heads of state and government of the African Union to mobilize resources for the CMP, but also to promote pragmatic, intelligent, and innovative financial instruments for delivering identified priority projects. Therefore, as partners for Africa's growth, the opportunity to discuss Phase 3 of the CMP with a focus on the preparation and implementation of CMP projects should be one that leads us to a roadmap that aligns with other initiatives such as Mission 300 Million. The bank would like to thank all partners of the CMP who have given tremendous support to the initiative since its inception. The bank continues to support the CMP and hopes that during our engagement today and thereafter, we will be able to define clear strategies for implementing projects identified in the CMP without any duplication of efforts, anchored on realistic projections and pledges that will enable partners to mobilize the required hundreds of billions of dollars of investments. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the African Development Bank will continue to work with all partners present here today to achieve the building of the African single electricity market, anchored on a realistic CMP over the next decades. Thank you very much for listening, and best wishes for successful deliberations during PIDA Week.
Thank you so much. We know that when the bank is here, things are starting to happen in a big the really game is coming. But before we anchor on that one, let me call upon His Excellency, Ambassador Xavier Nino Perez, to speak on behalf of the partner who has been with us for a very, very long time and continues to be a partner for the future of Africa. Over to you. Thank you.
Many thanks, and good morning, you all, distinguished representative of the African Union Commission, of the African Development Bank, of AUDA-NEPAD, and pleasure to be with you, dear participants, alongside my colleague, Sarah Buzzoni, from my delegation, who handles this file. Truly a pleasure to be with you today, and somewhat very logical, because as you know, the EU has been a partner of the CMP since its let me also mention the 20 billion with a B program that we're providing through a Team Europe initiative. Who is doing what. And I remember when I arrived in Addis, everyone told me, there's so many actors, new actors, China is investing very heavily, Gulf countries, Turkey, the US. And I said, well, this is all very useful, so give me the numbers so that I can understand what we're talking about, who is doing what. And when I got the numbers from my colleague, I was quite surprised, because if I go to 2022, this is the last year of which we have relevant figures, the EU investment stock, the money that European member states, the EU institutions are putting in Africa, the EU investment stock was 279 billion euros. The second largest investment stock, the Chinese one, was 49. So do you do your maths? We invest in this continent 6 times more than anyone else. And a very significant part of that investment goes into energy, because we believe in what you're doing, because we believe it's also beneficial to work with you in this front. So I think it's important to underscore who we are and what we do together. And maybe one final element when it comes to energy. You know, I'm a diplomat, and we diplomats seem to believe that we're doing very interesting things and very complicated things and very glamorous things. But we should never forget that foreign policy is what you deliver for people at home. And when we talk about electricity and when we talk about continental master plans, it's of course about all these technical matters that you master much more than I do, on grids, off grids, interconnectors. But what is electricity about? What is energy about? This is about hospitals functioning properly in Africa. This is about children having access to the internet so that they can attend school more efficiently. This is about people cooking safely at home. This is what we're talking about. Energy is not some sort of abstract subject that is very complicated to master, which it is, at least to me. But as I said, it's really having an impact on the daily lives of many, many Africans, particularly those 600 million that still don't have access to electricity. And we will be working alongside you to get there, to have universal access in 2030 for everyone, to fight together to achieve successfully a Sustainable Development Goal number 7 that includes access to electricity. And we will be doing that under your guidance, under your leadership. Our motto at our team here in Addis is, we listen to each other, we learn to each other, and we build together. So let's do that on the Continental Master Plan, and let's do this jointly and as efficiently as we can. Thank you very much.
Wow. This is what we call partnership. Partnership is coming to the table and talking about, this is what we are doing together, and this is what we are going to do together. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Ambassador, and welcome to Addis Ababa. I know you are still new here. Welcome to the African Union. And when we know that he is ambassador to the African Union, it means to all the member states. So take that home. There is big game to play. African Development Bank, with the support of the EU and AUDA NEPAD being on the ground, with the framework of the AU, we are ready to move forward. And I want to take this opportunity to bring on the talk a representative of all the power pools in Africa. We have 5 power pools. Here we are in the Eastern African Power Pool. We have the Southern African Power Pool, whom I have seen some representative already here. We have the Central African Power Pool, where I see the SG is already here. We have the COMELEC, which is the Northern Power Pool. We have the Western African Power Pool. All are what we are talking about, energy. They are the managers of the electricity which we are talking about today. let me call upon my brother, James Waogo, who is the Secretary General of the East African Power Pool, to give us a welcome remark, since we are operating in his jurisdiction. Over to you, my brother James.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zani, for the introduction. Dr. Kamugisha Kazaura, the Director of Energy and Infrastructure at African Union Commission. Dr. Bachi Balde, Director Power System Development of the African Development Bank. Dr. Idris from AUDA NEPAD. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the European Union Delegation to the African Union, Mr. Javier Perez. Asami Miketa from IRENA. Colleagues, representatives from the other power pools, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of EAPP, I'm honored to extend a warm welcome to you for this edition of the PIDA Week. We are excited to engage with you and look forward to the productive discussions and collaborations that will shape the future of Africa's energy sector. As we gather here, we are aware of the ongoing efforts by the power pools in collaboration with AUDA NEPAD, the African Union Commission, and other partners to develop the Continental Power System Master Plan. We are deeply encouraged by the progress made and the critical work being undertaken by AUDA NEPAD and the AUC. The CMP offers a strategic roadmap for connecting Africa's 5 power pools and serves as a vital blueprint for the African single electricity market, AFSEM. Through the recently concluded CMP Phase 2, several key power generation and transmission projects have been identified. Among the most notable are the Grand Inga Hydropower Dam, transmission interconnectors between the power pools, as well as key connections within the power pools themselves. These projects are critical to fostering regional integration and ensuring a sustainable supply of electricity across the continent. The development of robust interconnectivity between power pools, along with competitive electricity market, will have profound impact on millions of people across Africa. In light of this, in the short term, we anticipate that the interconnection between the Eastern African Power Pool and the Southern African Power Pool, which is a line between Tanzania and Zambia, will be done within the next 2 or 3 years. If this interconnector was already in place, to a certain extent, we could have avoided the impact of the ongoing drought condition in Zambia that severely impacted hydroelectric generation capacity, affecting power availability and disrupting the daily life of the people of Zambia. In order to realize the full potential of a regional electricity market and pave the way for a more integrated African energy system, we would like to recommend the following areas of collaboration with our partners. One is the increased support to the power pools. We call for greater visibility of power pools in the implementation process. We encourage AUDA NEPAD and the EUC and other stakeholders to provide enhanced political support, mobilize adequate funding, and collaborate with international partners to finance the development of critical energy infrastructure, since regional cooperation is vital for achieving integration that fosters stability and prosperity across Africa. 2, we'd like more enhanced involvement of power pools and utilities. We emphasize the importance of involving the power pools and utilities more actively in the next phase, that is CMP Phase 3, as they are the primary stakeholders and the end users of the infrastructure. We advocate for a bottom-up approach rather than a top-down to ensure that the capacities of member countries and power pools are strengthened. Additionally, there is need to facilitate technology transfer to empower the utilities and enhance their capabilities. The other thing we would like to request from our partners is to ensure that they offer supports that will bring the power pools to the same level. So especially the ones which are lagging behind. I think this is the EPP, the CFPP, and the COMELEC to get to the level of the SAP and maybe WAP, which is closing the SAP closely. And then finally, number 4 is for the development of bankable regional priority projects. We urge the creation of a pipeline of bankable priority power generation and transmission of projects. This requires scaling up efforts to mobilize resources for project preparation and empowering regional project acceleration units in ensuring that the priority projects are financially viable and can attract the necessary investments. So we would like support as power pools to have these units established, the project implementation and acceleration units. In conclusion, as we enter the most critical phase of implementing the recommendations outlined in the CMP, it is essential that we continue to actively engage all stakeholders in the energy sector. Thank you for being part of this initiative. We look forward to working together to realize our shared vision for a more connected, sustainable, and prosperous African energy future. We hope you have a productive and enriching experience during this PIDA week. And before I finalize, I would just want to express my sincere thanks to the announcement which has been given. I not put that in my speech because I was not aware, but I have heard from Director Bachi saying that they have committed $900,000 to bring the East African Power Pool master plan to be in line with the CMP. Thank you very much. And also support also announced by European Union for technical assistance to EAPP. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much. That's the voice of the power pools, representing all the power pools. We thank you very much. Now let me move to the next level. I think these were opening remarks which show appreciation, but now let's move to a presentation, and I'll ask my brother Amin to make it as briefly as possible. Presentation, is the presentation on, colleagues? Yeah, it's on. If you can go up to the podium there and make it as short as possible. I'll give you, you are my director, but I will give you 10 minutes, if you allow me, so that we have time for discussion.
Yeah. Thank you very much. All right. Thank you very much, Crispin. I think 10 minutes is more than enough because people want to engage. Which one is? All right, so quickly, actually, we have been talking about the Continental Power Master Plan and the CMP, Power Systems Master Plan. It is really the foundation of the AFSEM, the Africa Single Electricity Market, which is the largest electricity market globally, by the way, because you have electricity market everywhere, but probably by 2040, AFSEM, which is the Africa Single Electricity Market, is going to be alongside the ACFTA, the largest electricity market globally. And that will unlock regional and global trade opportunities. By the way, the AFSEM is not just about African countries trading among themselves, but also about trading with Europe and eventually the Middle East. The AFSEM will cover 1.4 billion people, probably more by 2040, and would ensure that we have affordable, reliable electricity access, across the continent. So, of course, these initiatives align very well with our Agenda 2063, and at the same time, it aligns as well with our goals and commitment toward energy transition, decarbonization, and of course, it is also very much aligned with what we want to do through the CFTA, but also the AIDA, which is the Accelerated Industrialization Agenda for Africa. Our partners here for this one, of course, it includes, I think we saw them, include the African Development Bank, which is our bank, UNECA, EU, US government through the US, the Power Africa, for instance. And of course, we have other partners as well, German government through the GIZ and all the initiatives. And all stakeholders here is about the power pool, the regional economic communities, and so on and so forth. So you can see here that by 2040, normally, in this slide, our total capacity would substantially increase, actually, from what we have today, 230 gigawatt of power capacity, to about 1,200, so 1,200 gigawatt of power generation. So the integrated systems as well will reduce the unit cost from 0.84 to 0.78 actually dollars by kilowatt hour, and that will save about 620 billion compared to isolated national systems. So this actually presentation, I would say this graph looks like quite complicated, especially when we talk with diplomats and policy people, but it's important actually really to discuss about it, because when we talk about a continental power system master plan, we are speaking mostly, as of now, about the needs in terms of investment. What do we need actually to invest in there to close our gap in terms of access to electricity, and how are we going to ensure that those investments actually would come. The reason why we are creating as well, we believe that closing the gap should be done this way. It's because we believe that creating a market is the first step, really. When you create a market, you are making sure that you create opportunities for private sector, you create opportunities for investment. And that's extremely important, because if we go by isolation, country by country, it's going to be very difficult actually to mobilize all the resources that are needed. That's number one. But number two, as well, we know perfectly that some countries would attract much bigger investment than other countries. Therefore, it's important that those who attract actually investment increase their power generation, and we create actually the grid and the transmission system, so electricity can be traded and be sold as well to those who wouldn't necessarily attract investment at the same pace and at the same level as the ones who would be able to attract them. So it's a policy approach, and this approach, I think, that is going to help us not only to close the gap in terms of access to electricity, but also to meet our commitments actually toward, I would say, energy transition and decarbonization. So this is extremely important. So let me just quickly show you how the market actually would look like here, in terms of, I would say, connection between the regions. Just quickly, this chart, I wouldn't spend actually much time on it, because Crispin is telling me that time is of essence. Let me go quickly to the next one, which are actually the phases that we are taking, and what are the expected outcomes here. So the CMP phase 3, this is where actually we are moving toward. We aim to deliver universal energy access, that's what we say, and create a market of total value of 130 billion, trade by 2040, and that will help us really to achieve as well our vision to make sure that we have all access to affordable, reliable electricity. And of course, we'll do that through the market, as I said, but also through investing more on innovative financing models. We need to de-risk, the energy investment, attract private capital, and so on and so forth. So quickly moving now to what it takes in terms of budget for us as the CMP, because this is extremely important. We need really strategic funding to make sure that the CMP phase 3 would take off. And this, we are going to put an emphasis on leveraging public-private partnership. Those investments will cover mostly capacity building, pilot projects, and also renewable energy markets and financial systems for trading. So every dollar that we need to invest into this CMP will generate an exponential return, we believe, and that will save a lot of money, to our countries in terms of investment. So it's extremely important, but of course, when we are talking about bringing capital and mobilizing resources, you are going to face a lot of challenges, obviously, and because we are facing challenges, we need really to build the financing of the CMP on additional investment in terms of partnership. So those challenges that we are facing, and I'm going to outline them here quickly for you, they include fragmented regulatory framework, insufficient investment, lack of technical capacity in some of our regions. We need really to overcome those challenges, and the success of the CMP phase 3 would depend really on much deeper collaboration between our member states, between our regional economic communities, and our global partners. So for us, it's extremely important that as ODA-NEPAD, but also AUC, we bring all the partners together to make sure that we really build on the success of what we have been doing for the last 3 years, 4 years in really designing the CMP. Now that we are going to move to the implementation phase, partnership become more and more critical, more and more important. And it is thanks to this partnership that we will be capable of mobilizing the resources to move to this next phase. So I thank you for your attention, and then we can now start moving toward the conversation with the panel that the team have constituted. Thank you, Crispin.
The ground for us to hear from different partners what they have done in order to make that happen and what is ahead of us. As we enter into 2025, we know that that's where the action is. So far, we have been preparing. Those who like soccer, there's a lot of practice which goes on, which is more than the 90 minutes of the game. They might spend even 6 months preparing. So what we have been doing was preparing a game which is to come. And I want to ask the panelists, I'll ask you very simple questions. I don't believe in too many questions. I have one question for the panelists, but we will hear from 5 panelists. What have you done in order to have this happen? And what is that you see ahead of us? We are entering into the CMP phase 3, which means a lot of action. You saw what director has just presented, 253 million for the action to take place. I don't want you to feel under pressure to release figures of out of the 253, how much we are going to put down. But if you can say indicatively what actions you look forward, and then we will work on the figures. As we go to the AU summit, let's try to have a bit more information so that when we are discussing at that fora, partners can say, this is so exciting, I will put so much. I wanted to start with our brother, the Secretary General of the Central African Power Pool, to give us his representation of the power pools, what you have done, what you are going to be doing in less than 4 minutes. I will be more strict now because now it's time I'm the invigilator or the referee. So I'll penalize anyone who speaks more than 4 minutes. Over to you, my brother. Let me call you by name. It's Engineer Atadet Azarak Mogro. My brother, I know him for quite a long time from the Central Power Pool. Over to you.
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais avant tout, j'aurais bien voulu qu'on me mette ici la traduction en français parce que je ne maîtrise pas l'anglais. Je remercie l'Union africaine, AUDA-NEPAD, l'ensemble des partenaires qui m'offrent cette opportunité de parler de l'Afrique centrale. Je suis, comme il a dit, Atadet Azarak Mogro, le secrétaire permanent du pôle énergétique de l'Afrique centrale. Comme vous le savez, le PAC, le pôle énergétique de l'Afrique centrale, se situe au cœur de l'Afrique même. Et le schéma directeur continental du sous-secteur électricité permet aujourd'hui à cette région qui n'avait pas un schéma directeur, d'avoir un schéma directeur qui sera en cours d'élaboration. L'interconnexion de l'Afrique passe indubitablement par l'Afrique centrale, puisque c'est le seul pôle qui est en contact avec les 4 autres pôles, le Corélec au nord, le WAP à l'ouest, au sud. Et cette zone constitue l'essentiel du potentiel des ressources énergétiques renouvelables de l'Afrique. Quand on parle de l'hydroélectricité, on ne peut pas ne pas parler de Inga. Inga en termes de Grand Inga, qui fait plus de 40 000 mégawatts, sans oublier les autres sources d'énergie renouvelable, notamment la biomasse, l'éolienne, le solaire, comme au Tchad, hein, je viens de là d'ailleurs. Je pense que l'Afrique centrale a des difficultés à développer ce potentiel pour le rendre beaucoup plus, comment dirais-je, beaucoup plus attractif pour les partenaires, pour qu'ils viennent financer dans cette région, développer ce potentiel en vue de mettre à la disposition des populations, des industries et de tout le monde l'énergie bon marché, fiable et en grande quantité. Le CMP tombe à point nommé dans ce sens où cela permettra, comme on l'a dit, d'ici 2063, d'avoir de l'électricité pour aller au-delà même de notre pays, de notre continent. Donc, je remercie sincèrement, très sincèrement, tous les partenaires, AUDA-NEPAD, la BAD, la Banque mondiale, l'Union africaine, l'Union européenne, qui font tout pour que l'Afrique centrale puisse retrouver son rôle. L'Afrique centrale, je dis toujours, doit être la locomotive du développement du secteur électrique, eu égard à son potentiel, qui est important, diversifié et varié. Voilà, je n'ai pas préparé un discours en tant que tel, mais je voudrais m'excuser, mais je pense que voilà l'essentiel. Donc, le CMT permet aujourd'hui donc à l'Afrique centrale d'avoir son chemin directeur. Je vous remercie. Il faut me traduire ça. Ça
When you see me raising my finger or my phone, shows you have to start reducing. I want to call upon Nicolaou Ritzenthaler, who is team leader of sustainable energy of the EU and based in Brussels at INTPA. You can tell us what the EU has done to support what has happened up to now, and also as we go into phase 3, what are you looking at as a contribution?
Thank you very much. On your first question, what we have done, but the EU has been a strong believer of the CMP since the beginning in 2015, and we have been supporting the CMP since then. Since then, it became a flagship for under the EU Agenda 2063, but also under the Africa-Europe Green Energy Initiative. It became also one of the TEI, Team Europe Initiative, flagship projects. So it shows the importance of this initiative, both for the AU and for the EU. And here I would like to highlight 3 reasons why this is an important initiative. The first one, the CMP has the capacity to optimize the allocation of resources and of electricity within the continent, to optimize the balance between the supply and the demand of electricity in the continent. And this is something that is important to reinforce the access of electricity. It connects also, as it was mentioned, region and the Eastern Africa Power Pool through, for instance, initiative like the ZTK, Zambia, Tanzania, Kenya initiative. Worth mentioning also, it connects also the African Continent Network with the European network through initiatives such as ELMED that connects Tunisia and Italy, and also the GREGI that connects Egypt and Greece. Second reason why it is important is that it supports the COP28 targets of tripling the generation and doubling energy efficiency. For instance, through under the CFT3 interconnectors that have been identified and that are ready to be matured. On the energy efficiency side, we have the AFES also that has identified an action plan for promotion of energy efficiency. A third aspect that is important also, it was mentioned, is the capacity to generate a pipeline of projects, and that would be the main challenge of the third phase of the CMP. As it is, the CMP now is more looking forward to long-term initiative, but now the challenge would be to reconcile this long-term approach and long-term vision with more short and medium-term operation and concrete actions. So for that, some necessary steps that are let's say, prerequisite are a solid national transmission network, also having a sufficient capacity under the network, and that's a big challenge, a strong governance model, a robust information technology and predictable environment for private sector participation. And on all these aspects, I think this, to reply to the second question on the looking forward, this is let's say a priority that we're going to support under the further support on the CM. And that would be the main challenge, with a special focus on the interconnection and also on green hydrogen that has also the capacity to decarbonize hard to abate sectors such as fertilizers, which is very important for Africa, and the iron sector also as well. So all this requires good partnership, international cooperation, policy innovation, technological development, and financial mobilization that event like this one is fostering. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Nicolas. I was afraid you were going to speak to us in French, but you really gave the information clear and clearer. And you have the 20 billion behind you, so we know that you are carrying a nice forward-looking prospect. Let me not waste time going backwards, but let me call upon one of our key partners who has been shaping the CMP, Dr. Sami Miketa, who is the head of the Energy Transition Planning and Power Sector Transformation at the International Renewable Energy Agency based in Germany. Over to you.
Thank you, Crispin. First, I would like to start by congratulating our NEPA team and also all the partners to achieve today the milestone of pre-launch of the CMP Phase 3. IRENA has begun involved in this CMP process maybe towards the end of the first phase, when the AUDA team has approached us asking about technical support on the modeling side of the CMP. From the Phase 2, we have been formally participating in this process as the modeling partner together with the International Atomic Energy Agency. Our main role was to bring the model for the Africa that we have created and help the African stakeholders to create own CMP version of the energy investment outlook. We also brought our own in-kind contribution of about a little bit more than 1 million to this program. We have also co-designed the capacity building component together with the AUDA NEPAD. It has been really a great journey so far. We were very excited to be part of this because we have also, as IRENA, as the international agency, we have been supporting different countries with capacity building on energy planning. We have already worked with a number of African countries, and this CMP gives us opportunity to create synergies with what we do and what this continental effort is doing. What we find particularly impressive achievement from the CMP process is, of course, we have now clear plan. There's also capacity produced, created, but on the top of everything, I think it's still working, right? Gives opportunity for 5 power pools to see the continental implication of their own master plans. And I think that's really a very good aspect of the CMP. On the way forward, we keep supporting the Continental Master Plan, in particular capacity building part. We believe that the planning is not just one-time effort, it's a continuous effort, and we keep supporting it. Also throughout our participation, we provided a global platform like IRENA's General Assembly to raise the profile of the CMP, and we keep doing that. The energy planning and the finance interlink has been getting a lot of attention, in particular the G20 initiative of the Global Coalition for Energy Planning that is being launched by the Brazilian government has highlighted the importance of bringing the planning and making that as an enabler to get to mobilize finance. IRENA keeps involved in this global initiative, and we will bring the CMP and bring back the knowledge that we gain from the G20 process to the CMP process. Also, on the way forward, we have at IRENA, we have a team supporting the project facilitation. We will also contribute to bring the global knowledge back to this CMP process. So we really look forward to continue working with all the partners, and thank you so much.
Bring us to G20. We have good partners ahead of us. Let's really look into this and take it seriously, because planning is not only about planning what to do, but it's planning how to invest. I don't want to go back into this, but let me call upon the next speaker from the USAID Power Africa, the project management specialist, Mr. Samson Masebunu, all the way from Centurion in South Africa. Over to you, Samson.
Thank you, Mr. Zana, for that. On Power Africa side, we are proud to have been part of this immense effort by AUDA NEPAD on the Continental Power System Master Plan, particularly on the battery energy storage system. So like you see what happened here just now. Battery will play a very critical role in many aspects of the CMP, particularly not just increasing the share of renewable energy in the grid, but also providing other services for grid management, managing disturbances on the grid, energy arbitrage, contingency management, demand response flexibility, particularly when you look at it when you have a very interconnected network where disturbance on one side of the grid could affect the system as a whole. So we are really, really honored of this African-led initiative that is driving electrification, empowering communities, and fostering sustainable development. So our effort has been geared towards the battery energy storage. On what we will do in the phase 3, we want to align efforts between the work, the transactions we are supporting, and what is on the Continental System Master Plan. We are already working with AYUDA NEPAD in many fronts, but at least on a more broad level, we want to align efforts. Another thing we hope to do as well is to collaborate both with the public and the private sector. For those that don't know, Power Africa is a US government-led initiative that harnesses the collective resources of the public and the private sector to double access to electricity in sub-Saharan Africa. So we want to collaborate both with the private and the public sector. We have our program, we have West Africa program, we have the Southern Africa program with technical advisors. So that are on the ground providing technical services to government, to private sector. So we want to bring our tools, be it transaction advisors, be it matchmaking with investors, be it supporting project pipeline development to help advance AYUDA NEPAD work. We also want to bring in the capacity building, which is part of the Pillar 1 effort to provide the necessary capacity to continuously advance the intent of the Continental Power System Master Plan. And lastly is the investment mobilization, which is very key to the second pillar in terms of building pipelines of transactions to ensure that not only are these projects good on paper, but they are also physically on the ground at the least cost possible, getting to the end user to drive economic growth on the continent. So we're really honored to be part of this African-led initiative. Thank you.
Wow. All the way from the US, having this intention to bring in private sector. I can tell you there is a session which you will witness here, which is AYUDA NEPAD in Qatar, where you can see how the private sector is coming in. All what we are talking about, normally we are a bit narrow, but search for that session. But let me come now back to the bank. We intentionally put the bank to stock last because we have our partner from the beginning and partner of the future, the African Development Bank. I want to call my sister, Ify. Are you there? I can't see you. There you are. To talk about what the bank has done up to now and where we are going forward. Over to you.
Thank you, Crispin, and a good morning, or is it afternoon to everyone. First of all, let me start with congratulating AYUDA NEPAD for getting to phase 3 of the Continental Master Plan. And I'm also happy to see a lot of familiar faces that I saw in 2019 when we held the first CMP session at PIDA Week in Cairo. And now we're here at phase 3. So congratulations, AYUDA NEPAD. For the phase 1, we were part of the team that helped in the technical reviews and the expertise that was given in terms of structuring it. and the team is still here with us till the end. And then moving on to phase 2, like the director mentioned clearly, being a bank and being that the CMP hits about 3 of the high fives of the bank, which is regional integration, Light Up and Power Africa, and of course, improving the lives of the citizens of Africans. We had no second thoughts about it. And as mentioned, 6.9 million was given by the bank to support this, the CMP. 3 million to the Central Africa Power Pool for capacity building, led by my colleague here, Alex. And then we also approved 3 million again to AUDA NEPAD for the stakeholder consultations, talking to the power pools, visiting the RECs, ensuring that the studies and all that was done, that was led by my colleague as well, Edward, that is here, the 3 million was given, and then recently the 900,000, which is almost a transition the way AUDA NEPAD looks at it. So, Mr. Secretary General for EAPPS, you might not have been aware because the letter of approval was sent to AUDA NEPAD, who was the one that made the request on your behalf. But going now into phase 3, I would like to say something, Crispin. You know, you said, what is AFDB planning to do? If I can just remove that word and replace it from planning on what we're already doing towards the phase 3. And phase 3 is mainly the projects, right? Building up the pipeline of the projects. Because the consultations have been done with the power pools, because we work with the power pools constantly, and I see SAP is somewhere here, who I call them my headache power pool, and they call themselves the painkiller power pool for us. But anyway, because we work constantly with them, we have these projects that we're already doing. We're offering what? We offer project preparation funds, and beyond that, we even offer technical expertise, ensuring that we also find in-house expertise for them. So we have projects that we're working on from the generation side. May I give recognition to the CEO of Batoka, who is here, and we're supporting them on Batoka. Batoka, between two governments, Zimbabwe and Zambia, have given us extremely support from the political angle, which is the number one thing that you need for any project to succeed anyway. And we have that, and we're working on Batoka. We're working with Baines, Angola, and Namibia, between the two governments since 2019. Up until recent now, they have decided that it will be publicly procured. Mpandankua, if you're following the news in Mozambique, you know that the bank is heavily involved in that. Moving now to the transmission side on the power pools, I don't want to give a litany of projects that the bank is already doing, which are projects that are part of the Continental Master Plan as well as the PIDA projects. A number of them are there, but some of these projects already have completed feasibility studies funded by the bank. What we're now looking for right now is how do we fund these projects? Because of fiscal challenges in some of the countries, we're now looking at private sector participation. And I know that there is a session that will be done by Get Investment, I think, on that. And these are some of the things we should really look at. Solwezi, Kolwezi, Mozambique, Zambia, all those have completed projects. And then the bank is also funding feasibility projects. Recognition again to Egypt, who is here, for the Egypt-Sudan that. So in addition to that, we have a number of them as well. Anna has a complete feasibility study, and we're looking now to financing. So the implementation of phase 3 is really what we're looking at. Zizabona is another one, huge, but it's in phases. Some of those phases have been funded by the bank. I see Sapphire is here from Moketsi. They're also supporting that project. So in a nutshell, Crispin, it's just to let you know that the bank,
I think we're moving with CMP already, while people are still waiting for phase 3 to start. Phase 3 has already started. And the bank, African Development Bank, is a clear partner who is not waiting to say, we are now at this stage, we are moving. I think this is a clear indication of where we are going. When we come to the launch, I ask partners, please, let's come to talk about projects, not intention, not, these are the projects we are going to do so that the power pools are prepared. Member states, please, we want now to see that you fit into the power pool. The power pool will come and talk about the actual projects which are going on so that we don't remain behind. I know there are many partners who would like to talk. I'm already 9 minutes above my 1 hour. I'm sorry for that for the next session. I see my sister is already waiting here. I know that GetPro is here, represented, would have wanted to say something. We know that JICA is here. I see Mohketsi has already been indicated is here. So many partners could speak, but we don't have the platform today. Allow me to call upon my director, Amin, to say in 2 minutes, even less, maybe in 1 minute, to close this session and also to pre-launch this session. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Crispin. And I know that all our partners, you come here to show the support. It's not just our project. It is actually, it's not just Oda NEPAD or AUC, it's our project, all of us, actually. We've been on this journey from the beginning, and we'll have to conclude that actually together. We believe that we now need to move to the phase, we are moving to the phase 3, and the success of the phase 3 depends on really deeper and deepened collaboration between our member states, our regional economic communities, and all our partners. This is actually extremely important. So collaboration is needed, I think, yes, to even create more batteries, yeah. You know, for us, CMP, the phase 3 is not just an energy project, it's really a catalyst for what we see as Africa economics transformation and our global integration. Some of my colleagues actually think that this is one in a generation opportunity to close, you know, to do something meaningful and impactful. And that's why all of us, we are on it as civil servants, especially. So I would like to emphasize what Crispin is saying about our governments. It's important that we commit as well to this vision. Of course, we are asking our stakeholders, the donors, the partners, the private sectors, all the stakeholders to commit, but we really want as well our governments to commit through additional funding, actually, through the AU budgetary process. We'll come back to that. Together, I'm sure, because we really want to create the largest electricity market in the world. It's not just for us, it's also for Europe, it's also for the Middle East. And we are pretty sure that in the next years, that will become a reality. So the launching of the phase 3 is critical. That's the reason why all our partners committed to be here, and they even supported us to make sure that we achieve this stage. Let's now move to the next phase, all of us together. I want to thank you a lot on behalf of our colleagues in Oda NEPAD, our colleagues in AUC, and then our colleagues from the Africa Power Pools, the regional power pools, and the regional economic communities. So thank you a lot, actually, to our partners for being with us on this journey. Thanks, Crispin.
As we go out, please, at the front here, there are material which you can pick and take them for your own information. Thank you. We are closed.
We're going to have another session on decarbonization of maritime transport and shipping industry. You are welcome. Thank you. in decarbonizing maritime. And what will be the way forward. By the end of this session, we hope that we're going to provide actionable insight that can help our continent to be a lead in sustainable maritime practices. So allow me to introduce my speakers. First, let me start by Mr. Jean-Marie Kofi, because this is our distinguished panelist, Secretary General for Port Management Association of West and Central Africa. Please, warm welcome to Mr. Jean-Marie Kofi. Mr. Soda Mubarak Adam Ismail, our representative from PAMESA, Port Management Association of Eastern and Southern Africa. Please, warm welcome to Mr. Mubarak. We also have the only lady from ITF, Madame Josephine Makaria, policy analyst at International Transport Forum. You are welcome. Please. In the meantime, for this session specifically, I have someone who is joining, medical doctor. Maybe you're gonna ask me the question, why am I bringing a medical doctor? Please, let's have Mr. Dr. Michel Kodam. He's an internal doctor, CEO of M Africa ECOSOC. Please. We also have our panelists online. I don't know if we can have them. Can you help us to see them? And then we can at least. Yes, very good. Online, Mr. James, are you still online? AFDB is there, very good, but we can't hear you properly. Okay, very good. Mr. James Nganga is the Principal Port and Maritime Transport Officer at the African Development Bank. Please, even if it's online, kindly welcome Mr. Nganga online. We also have Madame Stéphanie Djané. She's an advisor of the Ministry of Togo on blue economy and coastal protection. She's the IMO delegation from Togo. Please, warm welcome to Madame Stéphanie Djané. She's from Mauritius Port Authorities. Please welcome Paul Verschure, the CEO of Rebel Group. Please welcome Mr. Rebel. And also I have some of the colleagues who are joining from Congo-Brazzaville. At the same time, they are having another meeting. Thank you, Ermela. Thank you, Eric, for supporting this event. So, the objective of this meeting, as I said from the beginning, is to discuss the challenges we are facing in Africa. What are the challenges? First, dependence on fossil fuels, aging fleet, and lack of regional infrastructure for sustainable maritime solutions. We also face a lack of regional infrastructure, but last not least, we also have some opportunities. How can we position our continent? So let me have the presentation online to set the scene before then I will give the floor to my distinguished panelists. Please, can you put the presentation? Can you put the presentation? He's the one holding the presentation. Yes, very good. As I said, we're going to discuss one important topic. We just finalized the one on energy, renewable energy, from my previous colleagues. But it's very good to understand the link between energy and maritime transport, and specifically shipping industry. What is decarbonization? Everybody stops talking about decarbonization. On aviation, we focus on sustainable aviation fuel, on the road sector as well. What about the maritime sector? That's why we bring today our distinguished panelists to see on how we can at least have an African position regarding the issue of decarbonization. So allow me to recall the main priority for the African Union Commission. In 2017, the ministers in charge of transport recommended the Commission to develop a study called the study on port efficiency and competitiveness in Africa. The main priority for that study was to highlight the key points, one in climate change, the second one on decarbonization. And the said document was adopted in 2023 in Zanzibar during the 4th ordinary session of the Specialized Technical Committee on Transport and Energy. So as I said, we are discussing about green shipping. We focus specifically on the fact that there is a need to reduce our temperature from 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius. Are we going to do it? Are we able to do it? That's the main priority today. So what are the key objectives and key priorities for decarbonization? First, we need to see how to reduce carbon emission. We need to see how to enhance vessel design for efficiency, monitor emissions regularly, collaborate with key partners for sustainable practices, join the African Green Port and Smart Forum, promote eco-friendly shipping solutions, implement renewable energy in port facilities, enhance regional cooperation, evaluate energy efficiency in maritime shipping operation, and support clean fuel alternatives. How are we going to achieve those goals? So that's why we at the African Union Commission, in collaboration with GIZ, we are currently developing what we call Green Port Guidelines for Africa. What is the objective of this Green Port Outline? It's also to see how we can align with the aspiration of the AU Agenda 2063. In the meantime, we just realized that IMO is developing some key also guide all the key stakeholders, include the maritime administration, the port authorities, the shipping industry. So, not to be too long, allow me now to go to the main objective of that session. So, on governance and policy. I'm going to start the first question addressed to Mr. Mubarak. What policy and regulatory framework should be put in place to accelerate the decarbonization of maritime transport in Africa? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Raissa, for that introduction. And thank you, African Union, for hosting this session here. Good afternoon, ladies and gents. So thank you for that brief context that you're providing on maritime decarbonization. And I would also like to just provide some context or some profile of the African ports before I delve into the technical details of the answer. While we do agree that ports are one of the contributors in the maritime value chain to global greenhouse gas emissions, the ports also present opportunities whereby energy transitions on a large scale, industrial scale, can take place. We all know that ports host many industry sectors: maritime, oil and gas, heavy transportation, cruise sector, and even power generation plants in some cases. looking at the energy transition discussions ongoing right now, ports themselves or port operations themselves can be decarbonized. We are seeing in the port of Walvis Bay that they are going to use green hydrogen to power some of their port equipment. Direct electrification also is one option via cold ironing, electric ships, trucks, and equipments. However, this requires heavy and significant capital investment and regulatory support. Dr. Raisa, if you look at first the landscape of ports, not only in Africa, but globally, you will see that if you look at one port, you have only just seen one port. You're not looking at clones of ports everywhere. You cannot be comparing transshipment ports with small island developing states ports like Seychelles. You cannot compare that to Port of Cape Town. An appraisal of port decarbonization efforts must also embrace the diversity of ports and how this influences their decarbonization efforts. Many ports are currently developing their own strategies and planning, but the scope, detail, and evidence-backed decision-making is highly variable. You have data which is being collected, for example, on the air pollution or water pollution. However, when it comes to other aspects of port decarbonization initiatives, that information and data is simply not there because the port authorities do not have the capacity to undertake those measurements, or simply do not have the resources to implement their green port policies. Few examples exist in which, and I can give you examples of them, port authorities and communities or community-based organizations are taking joint steps to advance sustainability initiatives, but they are few and far beyond. So just to answer some of the question, part of the question, there is an energy transition underway in ports in Africa. However, the rate at which it is taking place is too slow to limit the global temperatures rising by well beyond 2 degrees as set out in the Paris Agreement. It is therefore imperative that for our ports to become green ports, all sector players, from the policy-making level to the community-based organization, join forces to coordinate strategies, formulate policies at all levels in society, which are then implemented by governments and authorities. What are some of the challenges you would ask me in ensuring that the port authorities follow the policies in place? Apart from the sector players operating in silos, which I know we are all too familiar with, many of our ports simply lack funding or expertise to unlock funding opportunities. At this juncture, I'm also glad to note that Mr. James Nganga from AFDB is here in this panel session, and perhaps at the risk of preempting some of his responses, can provide us some insights on what instruments the AFDB has launched during the COP29 in Baku. Looking at our own interventions at PAMESA, we are working closely with the Nairobi Convention Secretariat based at the United Nations Environment Programme to roll out a green port development toolkit. This activity has been informed by part of the implementation of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change Conference of the Parties Decision 9/13. This toolkit, if rolled out successfully, provides a framework for port management, aligning green engineering and environmental processes to support long-term sustainable in-port operations. Ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to inform you that 2 countries, that is South Africa and Seychelles, have already piloted the toolkit in their port master planning processes. And we are looking forward to working with the Nairobi Convention Secretariat to ensure a broader rollout of this toolkit. While the toolkit is one of the building blocks towards decarbonization in the maritime sector, in the port sector, it is something which can be introduced at the port level, which PAMESA and our colleague from PAMWACA can work together with African Union to implement this at the port level, that is the lower level. And it will give some direction to the broader maritime green agenda. However, it will also follow some of the broader initiatives which are ongoing, that is shipping needing greener fuel alternatives and therefore bunkering options at the ports. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mubarak. We hear from you that there is best practices experience regarding what PAMESA is developing. In the meantime, there is a need to have a regional block with the two port association working here in the attending this specific session. So in the meantime, you also emphasize on the fact that there is a lack of investment. There is a need to see on how we're gonna have the resource to achieve decarbonization. So allow me, based on what you just developed, to invite Secretary General of Port Management Association of West and Central Africa, Mr. Jean-Marie Kofi. So at the national level, how can we align the strategy developed by the IMO and the Paris Agreement? En français, comment peut-on harmoniser les stratégies nationales avec les initiatives internationales comme celle de l'OMI et de l'accord de Paris? Vous avez la parole, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Merci, Dr. Issa. Merci pour cette invitation à l'occasion donc de la semaine du pédagogique. Et donc nous sommes là pour répondre pratiquement à... C'est un devoir parce que la plupart du temps, les ports sont à tort ou à raison accusés de producteurs pratiquement de CO2. Et donc, il est important que nous disions un peu ce que nous faisons et notre part de vérité et l'opportunité que cela peut offrir, même pour les ports et donc à partir des ports, donc pour pratiquement nos pays. Les organisations, l'Organisation maritime internationale comme l'Accord de Paris ont placé donc le cadre. On n'a plus à discuter. On a à agir. Donc, je pourrais tout simplement dire que c'est place à l'action. Mais place à l'action, où sommes-nous en termes de ports? Place à l'action, je pourrais lui dire, les ports se sont inscrits résolument dans la résolution de la charge carbone par un certain nombre de stratégies qu'ils ont mises en place. C'est souvent une fois que vous attendez que, oui, en termes commerciaux, nous avons un port vert, Greenport. Oui, nous avons Greenport et c'est une vérité. Nous avons Greenport parce que les ports ne sont pas opérés seulement par les États. Les ports sont pratiquement en PPP et ils opèrent donc avec des partenaires privés. Sur l'interface port-terre, donc mer-terre, nous avons donc des opérateurs économiques qui ont installé donc des infrastructures comme je ne vais pas dire de nom de structure, mais vous connaissez que les terminaux à conteneurs. Les terminaux à conteneurs aujourd'hui sont des ports marqués Greenport, des ports verts, parce qu'ils utilisent donc l'énergie nouvelle. L'avantage que nous avons à nous inscrire résolument dans la décarbonation, c'est que la Banque mondiale même établit que l'Afrique, ou donc les ports, polluent à 2 à 3% maximum. Donc les 97% sont produits par qui? L'avantage que nous avons, c'est que c'est maintenant que nous installons donc nos industries. Et donc toutes nos industries que nous essayons d'établir au niveau même de nos ports et au niveau de nos pays prennent en compte donc la nouvelle énergie. Et les nouvelles énergies donc sont installées. Le port de Cotonou, par exemple, en train de faire une étude pour savoir s'il peut alimenter ses infrastructures avec l'éolien. L'étude est en cours pour savoir si le vent produit au niveau de son environnement peut produire donc l'énergie suffisante pour alimenter toutes les infrastructures portuaires. C'est un fait. Si ça ne peut pas, au moins certaines infrastructures, nous y inscrivons résolument là-dedans. Il y a donc des ports verts qui sont établis. Il y a donc les énergies renouvelables qui sont donc mises en œuvre. La question fondamentale, c'est que nous parlons de durabilité des ports. Et pour parler de durabilité des ports, il faudrait que l'Union africaine nous aide en cela. Il ne faudrait pas seulement que des experts internationaux viennent, ils produisent juste de l'énergie pour un moment, pour un port, et ils repartent, sans prise en main de la technologie réelle. Or, si nous voulons pérenniser donc cette action, développer donc des ports verts,
et continuer dans cette tendance, il faudrait que nous ayons donc la technicité. Et pour avoir donc la technicité, il faut des engagements forts. Et pour avoir les engagements forts, nous allons vers nos États, qui sont donc en communauté au niveau de l'Union africaine. Que fait l'Union africaine? Ne serait-ce que donner des bourses à des jeunes Africains pour aller se former, avoir donc l'expertise. Ne serait-ce que faire donc appliquer des lois de telle manière à ce que l'énergie renouvelable que nous devons installer ou l'énergie verte que nous devons installer coûte moins cher si ce n'est à taux zéro. Je vais vous donner ma propre exemple, un exemple relatif à mon domicile. J'ai constaté que l'énergie que je payais ou la facture que je payais était trop élevée. J'ai voulu donc utiliser le solaire. La première facture, en mettant 10 millions, ça fait quoi? 15 millions de dollars, et 15 000 dollars ou 15 000 donc, euros. Et pourtant, ça ne couvre pas donc toute ma maison que j'ai. C'est énorme, c'est coûteux. Combien de personnes peuvent avoir ce montant pour faire? Et à l'image même des ports. Les ports ont des priorités. Ils ont des priorités et c'est un peu difficile de dire nous allons vers l'énergie verte. Nous savons aussi que le maritime est commandé par les armateurs. Et si le maritime est commandé par l'armateur, que nous devons faire avec donc, ces armateurs? Nous travaillons avec les armateurs et aujourd'hui, avec les résolutions de l'IAPH ou de l'EOMI, on parle de juste attendre dans le port pour ne pas que les bateaux viennent stocker au niveau des mouillages et produisent plus de l'électricité. Nous surveillons les cadences de manutention, de sorte à ce qu'un bateau qui accoste, en fonction donc du volume transporté, ne peut pas durer plus de 2 jours. Parce que lorsqu'il est à quai, le moteur tourne et il produit tout simplement donc de l'électricité. Ces stratégies juste à quand? Ces stratégies de développement de la cadence de manutention pour que les bateaux ne durent pas dans nos ports vont produire moins. Mais même si les bateaux duraient dans nos ports, il est établi que nous ne produisons que 2 à 3%. Pour créer donc le développement durable autour donc de la transition énergétique, j'estime qu'il faut, en termes donc de loi, d'harmonisation donc des tests au niveau de notre région, que l'Union africaine prenne la décision. C'est les chefs d'État. Ils prennent la décision de la réduction des coûts de l'énergie renouvelable au niveau de notre région. C'est important. Deuxième élément, comment amener les ports à s'arrimer, à agir réellement. Nous sommes tous africains et nous avons donc nos méthodes. Nous apprenons par mimétisme et souvent nous apprenons aussi par émulation. Il faut des projets concrets. Et la plupart du temps, avec les organismes que nous avons, les organismes partenaires, lorsque nous établissons des projets au niveau portuaire, on nous amène des experts extérieurs qui viennent, souvent de fois, ce n'est pas une injure, qui ne maîtrisent pas vraiment le domaine, l'espace où ils travaillent. Et ils produisent des rapports qui ne peuvent pas être implémentés. J'en veux pour preuve, nous avons établi de faire donc une étude sur donc, la qualité de l'air, l'érosion côtière. Nous avons émis de faire une étude sur les matières fécales rejetées, c'est-à-dire les déchets des navires, ainsi de suite. L'étude sur la qualité de l'air que nous avons faite avec la Banque mondiale, et donc lorsque nous faisons la restitution, nous leur avons dit, ce n'est pas une étude qui nous convient. Comment faire une étude sur la qualité de l'air sans mesure réelle? On n'a pas mesuré l'air. Comment on peut savoir si nous polluons? Juste regarder, je pense que ce n'est pas suffisant. Quand nous demandons des données concrètes, c'est cela. Alors, ce que nous avons dit pratiquement à l'Union africaine aujourd'hui et même avec les partenaires, c'est de dire que lorsque vous avez de telles études que vous soutenez, que dans les études, c'est vrai, vous amenez des experts internationaux, mais que des locaux prennent part à l'étude de bout en bout, de telle manière que le transfert de la compétence soit donc une réalité. Si nous voulons vraiment agir durablement et agir sur nos infrastructures, il faut le transfert de compétences et de façon durable. Et nos États doivent prendre les responsabilités pour créer donc des structures sur les énergies renouvelables pour qu'on puisse l'utiliser à vil prix au niveau de notre région. Les ports sont l'émanation de l'État, c'est vrai, c'est un peu difficile. C'est d'ailleurs pour cette raison que nous disons que les métiers doivent être spécialisés. Ils connaissent leur métier, ils essaient de développer. Les ports sont des structures, j'allais dire commerciales, il est vrai, mais nous n'oublions pas que nous avons un rôle régalien. Le rôle régalien, c'est de faire en sorte que l'État vive. Le rôle régalien, c'est de faire en sorte que les dispositions qui s'imposent aux États, que nous puissions donc les appliquer. Aujourd'hui, je suis heureux que l'Union africaine, par l'entremise de votre commission, vous ne travaillez pas seulement qu'avec les États en eux-mêmes, qui, pour la descente, pour les opérationnels, souvent c'est difficile. Mais vous allez directement donc aux opérationnels que nous sommes. Il faut renforcer donc cette collaboration. En renforçant cette collaboration, j'appelle à des développements donc concrets. Et de cette manière, nous pouvons donc réussir. Alors nous pouvons tout simplement dire que oui, limiter les gaz à effet de serre, ce sont véritablement des opportunités qu'on nous offre. Mon collègue de la PAMESA lui disait en réalité, ça nous permet donc de développer donc notre industrie, développer donc notre technologie. C'est vrai. Pour une fois, nous avons des sources d'énergie qui sont sous-exploitées. Comment développer la technologie pour le faire? Comment être assisté par les États? Et ça de façon transversale. J'ai suivi l'exposé qui nous a précédé où on disait certains États peuvent le faire, d'autres ne peuvent pas. Et donc c'est l'objet de l'essence de la création de l'AGPAOC, l'Association de gestion des ports de l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre. Les plus forts doivent pouvoir tirer les plus faibles. J'estime que l'Union africaine est forte, doit pouvoir attirer les plus faibles, qui sont donc les vecteurs de l'économie, pour qu'on mette à disposition des expertises. Je pense que les grandes nations qui ont réussi ont mis de l'argent dans la formation, mais ont mis de l'argent aussi pour former des trosses. Et de cette façon, tout simplement, que l'Afrique peut émerger. Je voudrais donc dire tout simplement que oui, c'est une opportunité. Le développement de l'énergie renouvelable se fait, la limitation du gaz à effet de serre se fait parce que, pour me répéter, toutes les industries aujourd'hui, les zones économiques spéciales qui se construisent, utilisent de l'énergie verte. Le reste, c'est de dire, avançons avec l'énergie que nous avons. Les nouvelles constructions doivent être adaptées aux énergies vertes et par la suite, nous saurons comment éradiquer définitivement donc, le 2% qui reste en termes d'énergie que nous consommons. Je vous en prie. Merci.
Monsieur le secrétaire général, merci pour cette longue expiration. Je pense que vous l'avez dit haut et fort. Nous avons besoin de l'Union africaine parce qu'on ne peut pas y arriver sans l'Union africaine. Donc, il nous faut un leadership fort. Certes, nous avons aussi des opportunités, et vous l'avez bien défini, des sources d'énergie qui sont inexploitées, mais que nous pouvons renforcer. Nous avons aussi besoin de renforcer cette collaboration pour des développements plus pragmatiques et plus structurants. Donc, face à cela, pour ne pas perdre trop de temps, on a bien compris que l'énergie est importante. Sans le secteur de l'énergie, nous ne pourrons pas avancer. Permettez-moi d'aller en ligne à ce moment donné. Can I please join Mr. Johan from Rebel Group? Are you online? Can you hear me? Okay, very good. You know, we just discussed the issue of decarbonization, especially for Africa in our continent. We want to get the view regarding the EU policies. My question will be, how will the recently announced IMO measure, including the global fuel standard and the greenhouse gas emission pricing mechanism introduced by the IMO in October 2024 impact the shipping industry, particularly in terms of development? Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for hosting this great event. Yeah, I think it's a very important topic, and I'm very glad to be able to contribute to this. reducing the carbon intent more within the fuel, so the blueprint Fuel EU is same as the IMO proposed global fuel standard, where the carbon intensity of the average fuel mix will gradually decline over the time. And that also gives a great opportunity. And this requirement is towards fuel suppliers and towards shippers to use lower fuel. It will be pushed, the end shipper, the companies, the big companies in Europe, in the developed country, will need to make sure that also in Africa, that part will be decarbonized. And therefore, I think what I want, especially the point I want to make, is that because of the policies in the developed world, in Europe and the US, port companies in Africa have an opportunity to engage with their clients, with the shipping companies, with exporters, importers, to see how the burden of financing the green transition in the ports, how that burden can be shared, and what co-investments can come from Europe. And those measures are in place. There's willingness from the private sector. There's mechanisms within the Paris agreements even to have CO2 reductions in the ports having been financed by European companies, because they can, via the Paris Agreement and bilateral agreements, can actually use that CO2 reduction to offset their European footprint, but pay that towards the African ports, switching from diesel fueled equipment to electrical equipment. So the push outside Africa will create opportunities for co-financing, using the private sector, using the Paris Agreement, those kind of measures to co-fund the green transition in African ports.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reza.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the question to the audience, because now we are discussing regarding policy before going to you and other colleagues. So I want someone to respond to me, please. What will be the implication for the African maritime industry? Because we just realized that the EU policies has already embarked on very convenient manner on how they can decarbonize. We hear from the previous panelists, they share their input, their contribution. What do you think we as Africa and the African Union Commission, what needs to be done? Please, I want somebody to provide me an answer. What will be the implication? What implication might those policies just highlighted by Rebel Group have for the African maritime industries? What will be the implication regarding what you just outlined? Because for them, they have already well organized, well arranged. It looks like Africa is under pressure. It looks like energy transition, it's quite difficult. When we hear from Mr. Jean-Marie, he shares his own experience regarding the solar wind, which is quite expensive. But in Africa, are we ready? We have available energy resources, but we realize that there is a pressure coming from the EU, because if the trade market in Africa for maritime is only 2 or 3%, we can see the implication. So I want to know, maybe my question is not well understood. Okay, can you respond to me? Yes.
So you might remember we met last week in Cairo.
Oh.
The answer is the same. Collaboration. And it's an attitude and a mindset.
Can you use the micro, please? Can you just, is it red?
That's
Yes.
right.
Perfect.
That's right. I'm Vivek Mittal from Africa Infrastructure Development Association. We're a private sector, we're a body that represents the private sector, developers, funds, DFIs, MDBs. You know, we were together in the Airline Association's meeting last week. It was pretty much the same discussion. And the answer is always the trajectory, the direction of travel is set. We are going the world. There may be resistance from time to time, some back and forth, but really the trajectory is towards clean energy. Now the question is, how do we get optimum output out of that? And it has to be through collaboration. That is a single answer. So one is to recognize that the direction of travel is what it is. And then as African entities, we have to ask whether we want to be on the front foot or a recipient of know-how, technology, and capital. We have capital, we have technology, we have resources over here. So to give you an example, I mean, you know, this is good to say. Later on this afternoon and throughout the week, we will be showcasing, we'll be mentoring some PDAP priority projects in transport and water and energy. Come and see those. We run accelerator sessions for projects. We have a CV to marine biofuels project in Saldanha Bay in South Africa. They're establishing pilots in Namibia. So that is the fuel element. We have, it's not a port, but we have engagements with ports. There is a new airport that is coming up in the South African-Zimbabwe border in Musina. In addition to providing much required connectivity to that region, which doesn't have connectivity, it's also going to have 2,000 megawatts of solar energy. That's an airport. Now, there's a lot of effort being placed on how to make ships and aircraft, and I'm wrapping the two together, so on the sea, in the air, clean energy, but really we should be thinking of offsets in relation to that. It's going to be much easier to pull down carbon from the atmosphere. Ports have a lot of land. There is a new wave of investments coming up in the US and other places called direct air capture, DAC. But they can only work with collaboration. It comes back to that. So all the know-how, the capital, the capabilities, and the resources are here. It's a matter of how do we organize ourselves to make that happen.
Thank you very much. We hear that. There is another response. Please, you have the floor, Captain.
Thank you. My name is Captain Getnet from Ethiopia. Doctor, you have asked a very important question. We are falling behind. What should be the role of the African Union? Well, what we need from this transition is that equitable transition should be there by all member states. So at the IMO, we are moving forward. I have seen blocks where some are on the other side. Some of us are, especially the LCDs, SIDs, mainly the African member states. We are requesting to move forward together. So we need the voice of the AU here. The African Union should take the leadership of all the African nations so that the decisions to be taken at the IMO will have equitable transition. Otherwise, we are falling behind. Some blocks have gone forward, then the consequence will be really bad, because whenever we change from one energy to another energy, especially green energy, our consumers will be taking a burden. In our view, we are not the main contributors of the the hydrocarbon emission, and we should not take the pain again. So there are some views which are already getting entertained at the IMO. So we need the AU leadership in that stage and any other similar stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We hear equitable. We hear consequences. We hear leadership. Another response? Yes, you have the floor.
Yes, hello. Thank you, everybody. And thank you for the panelists and the moderator. My name is Femi Awufala. I'm from Nigeria. I represent the African Catalyst. And based on your question, I think where I think Africa Union can play a key role will be, to influence the choice of fuel. In the global shipping industry, we know there are so many various fuels being used, low carbon, low sulfur fuel oil. There's the LNG, and there's also diesel and other dirty fuels. I feel Africa's natural resource, which is mainly with the gas and the LNGs, will play a critical role in decarbonizing the maritime sector. I think the choice of fuel of LNG is in the middle ground because it's not as dirty as the other dirty fuels. And if LNG is being promoted, it will help to create more shipyards within the country. And the first thing I would say would be not just the choice of fuel, but to now bring in the fabrication, the creation, the manufacturing, the production of these ships within the shores of Africa using our own natural resources such as iron ore, steel, and also using the most vibrant source of fuel such as the natural gas and LNG. I think a new wave of maritime assets coming from African shipyards will be the future of creating more employment, will be the future of creating a decarbonized shipping assets, and also help to create more economic empowerment for Africa. Thank you.
This is brilliant because now I am in the second part of my question. Let me go online again to Mauritius Port Authorities. Mr. Duno, please, you have the floor. Are you online? Mr. Duno?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. So my question will be very simple. What are the technical and economic perspectives of the applications of renewable energy technologies in Greenport? Please, you have the floor.
First of all, thank you to African Union for this invitation to speak to Speedway. And also to, after hearing this panel of experts who have given a very good background of this subject on maritime decarbonization, I'll just give you some perspective of the port on the issue of renewable, or how we can implement renewable energy. Can you hear me?
The sound is not okay. I think it's from our side. I don't know. But you can continue, at least.
Okay. First of all, let me just emphasize the need for port sustainability. The ports are essential gateways for international trade, but their reliance on fossil fuels contributes significantly to global emissions. The shipping industry alone accounts for around 3% of global greenhouse gas emission, and this figure is projected to rise if left unchecked. To align with the Paris Agreement and limit global warming, decarbonizing the maritime sector is paramount. Ports have a unique opportunity to lead this transition by becoming hubs for renewable energy generation and consumption. By adopting sustainable practices, ports can not only reduce their own environmental footprint, but also influence the entire maritime supply chain. And importantly, this transition is supported by a growing number of international frameworks and agreements like the IMO, IPH, and the Paris Agreement. So how we can use renewable energy in ports? Let's explore the diverse range of renewable energy technologies that can be integrated in port infrastructure. Solar PV is a highly versatile option, suitable for rooftop, vacant land within the port area, and even on water surfaces as floating solar farm. May I just point out that the price of solar PVs has gone up more than 80% in the last 10 years. So it is now a proven and tested technology and is widely viable. Wind energy is another promising technology, particularly for ports located in coastal regions with favorable wind conditions. For ports with access to suitable water bodies, tidal and wave energy can provide a consistent and predictable source of clean power. Bioenergy offers a sustainable way to utilize organic waste generated from port operations, converted into biofuels or biogas for electricity generation or heating. The choice of technology will depend on the specific characteristic of each port, including its location, climate, available space, and energy demands. In our case, we have opted for solar PVs, which have been tested to be the most suitable for our local condition. So benefits of renewable energy integration. Integrating renewable energy at ports
offers a wide range of benefits that extend beyond environmental considerations. From an environmental perspective, it significantly reduces greenhouse gas emissions, improves air quality by minimizing reliance on fossil fuels, and reduces noise pollution associated with conventional energy generation. Economically, renewable energy can lead to lower energy costs, increase energy independence, and create new jobs in the burgeoning renewable energy sector. Socially, it fosters community engagement, contributes to improve public health through cleaner air and reduced pollution, and help achieve sustainable development goals. Furthermore, it enhances the resilience of ports by increasing energy security, reducing vulnerability to fossil fuel price fluctuations, and strengthening their ability to withstand climate change impacts. What are the solutions for solar-powered solution for a green port? Solar energy offers a versatile and abundant renewable energy resource that can be harnessed to power various aspects of a green port. One of the key applications is charging battery electric cargo handling equipment. By installing solar panels on rooftop or its designated areas within the port, we can directly power these vehicles with clean energy, reducing their operating costs and environmental impact. Solar energy can also play a crucial role in producing green hydrogen. Electrolyzers powered by solar PV systems can split water into hydrogen and oxygen, providing a sustainable fuel source of hydrogen fuel cells used in port operations. Furthermore, solar energy can contribute to the power supply to shore power systems. This allows ships to turn off their auxiliary engines while docked, reducing emissions and noise pollution in port areas. By integrating solar power into these various applications, ports can significantly reduce their reliance on fossil fuels and move towards a cleaner and more sustainable future. If we look at the local and the regional context, Africa's contribution to CO2 emissions is by far the lowest, at only about 3 to 4% of global emissions. However, Africa is a continent with vast untapped energy sources. Inter-African trade can be boosted by about more than can be boosted by the African Free Trade Agreement. Likewise, cargo volume would increase along with the implementation of the AFCFTA. With the role of regional organizations like the PAMISA, like the PAMACA, and the African Commission are vital to cooperate in this move to make ports greener. Now, how we can use clean energy for cargo handling? By empowering the port itself, we need to consider emissions from cargo handling equipment. Traditional diesel-based vehicles contribute significantly to air pollution within port areas. Battery electric vehicles offer a clean and efficient alternative.
Mr. Duno, can you just summarize? Excuse me.
Reduce noise pollution and generally have lower maintenance required compared to diesel counterparts. Hydrogen fuel cells are another promising technology, especially for heavy-duty applications like container handling. They offer fast refueling times and longer ranges, making them suitable for demanding port operations. While both technologies have their advantages, the optimal choice would depend on factors like specific needs of the port, the availability of fueling and recharging infrastructure, and overall cost effectiveness. Thank you.
Thank you for your input and regarding the renewable energy, the solar PV. Allow me to give the floor to Madame Stephanie Janet, if you are online. Please, Madame Janet, can you hear me? So we're trying to wrap up now because the time is going, and I hear that we're gonna have lunch. People are already going, so I will try to make just to summarize, to provide the key takeaway, the key answer. My question will be very simple for you. What are the risks of imbalances between developing countries such as those in Africa and developed countries in the adoption of decarbonization strategy, and how can they be avoided? Please, you have the floor.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon to all of you. And thank you so much to you, Raisa. I would say, sorry, there's just a bit of an echo. Yeah, voila. Okay, perfect. I would say that we have to understand the competency of the International Maritime Organization as a starting point. If we really want to understand where many African countries will find themselves in relation to this competency, the IMO is focused on shipping with a much more centralized focus on the vessels in terms of regulations for shipping. In other words, the competency of IMO is not necessarily focused on ports. It's focused on shipping, and shipping mainly looking at the vessels. And in Africa as a region, our share or percentage of ownership in terms of vessels is not that significant. Now, I'm not talking about a flag state, I'm talking about ownership of vessels, operating. And this is not that significant. So what does this mean for us? That means for us that when we talk about decarbonization, our priorities, which will be a little different than maybe a shipbuilding country such as Japan, we may have different priorities because we have a different position. And I think that what is clear in terms of the risk and the imbalance is that one is quite clear, and UNCTAD and other institutions have made clear, which is the financing gap. Knowing that in general, overall, not just maritime, but there is such limited funds going to finance for the green energy transition within Africa. And this is very important, but I think that before even prioritizing the financing gap, I think we need to talk about technical capacity. And as colleagues before me have spoken about cooperation, but I would say coordination is quite important. Because if we want to talk about the opportunities and discuss the challenges, we need to define those in an African context. And I believe the colleague, the Secretary General of PIMOCA, made this very clear, that you will have in situations consultants coming to the region and, on this, producing a study on a gap analysis or needs assessment in the ports. And you realize that they do not have a very sort of contextualized approach to this, and this matters. So I want to take a very high level approach and say that coordination and cooperation. We talk about cooperation with the global or the world stage, but I think that as the colleague from Ethiopia, who I had the privilege of meeting and participating with in the IMO negotiations on GHG at MEPC this last October, he has said something that is very clear, and that is there is different blocks, and we are at different stages in terms of our maritime development. And so what that means is that for African countries, we need a better coordination, but this coordination needs to be technical. And this is why it's important that it needs to be technical. I think that we are at a very significant crossroad, and let us not underestimate the need for collaboration at this level. And I think that to think that we can simply engage at the global stage, let us not make these mistakes. We all remember in the 1980s, the strategies put out by the World Bank, the IMF, to push for privatization as a way to curtail national spending in the 80s. These were their structural adjustment programs. This weighed significantly on African economies, causing there to be, in terms of the capacity of the government to respond to national needs such as education, social welfare, was decimated because our capacity at the time to reach a global standard, there was a gap. I think we're here again when we talk about decarbonization. We have an institution that is putting out regulations on how, let me explain, for example, some of these regulations. The IMO at the moment, the negotiations happening is for midterm measures. And these measures are technical and they're economic measures. So it's a basket of measures that is both technical, both economic. So it's looking at how we can improve or reduce carbon emission from the vessels. And that is a wide scope. It's not just about fuels, but it's also looking at the energy and operations of the vessels to reduce these carbon emissions. But there's an economic measures, knowing that there is some type of a gap, right? A financing gap for the vessels, for ship owners or whichever entities to be able to then finance this transition. Okay, that is one side of this issue. But we in Africa have ports. So where is the ports fitting in this conversation? And are we discussing the impact of these measures and how our ports will respond to these measures? But it is beyond our ports. It's multifaceted. It involves our various ministries of finance, of planning, etc. And so I think that to really go, I'll just go back to another point, because I mentioned the midterm measures. In January 2021, the IMO, which means all member states, adopted these short-term measures. And these measures were focused on how the vessels or the ships can improve their energy efficiency. And again, it looked at technical and operational measures. And that's where you had the EEX, you had certain technical elements like EEXI and the CII. Now, there's been quite a lot of impact on this. So they're reviewing these short-term measures. At the same time, we're developing midterm measures, because the purpose of these short-term measures is that we need to be able to reduce, because the IMO has set out to reduce GHG emission by a certain target by 2030. So in 2030, what will make the most significant impact will be at the operational level, and these energy efficiency at technical level. Now, I want to bring this to say that we have ports. And what we may need to do is really go high level. And if you realize is that it's already established through the African Integrated Maritime Strategy that there should be a maritime desk. But I think that we've moved beyond a maritime desk. For our region to really be able to build capacity at a technical and coordinated level, where we bring our greatest maritime mind, we need a repository. We need to make our institutions work for us in this moment, because I believe that we are at a crossroads. We need to meet the targets. It's important. But our approach needs to be a high-level approach. And that high-level approach needs to be technical. And so I think we now need to be looking at maritime governance at a continental level and maritime institution, which will be discuss these issues and discuss them as soon as possible if we want to make any meaningful impact. But it needs to be a continental-wide approach, because the IMO is very important. However, the IMO will not address all the maritime concerns we have in terms of decarbonization. That needs to be done at a continental level so that we can understand and we can also, again, engage in the debate, because we're still negotiating and we need to be able to negotiate. And as colleagues have said, we have the human capacity. We have some of the resources available. And I think that if we don't maximize what we have, what we will end up, again, doing perhaps is not strengthening our institutions, our private sector, and our various capacities to be able to meet the challenges that decarbonization, and which is of course wider discussion on climate change. So I just want to say that there is work to be done, and I'll give you a small example before I go. For example, when you want to look at
Can you just summarize, please?
it's very important when you talk about decarbonization and our capacity in terms of digitalization, maritime single window at our ports. And you realize that the study was carried out, I think, through AUC and I think AFDB, which captured that there is quite significant work to be done. There's been some work, but more. And I think it's important because digitalization is also about de-risking the environment to attract investment. So I've mentioned quite a lot of elements here to show that it's a broader discussion, and
Mrs. Janneh, can you hear me?
really engaging. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, please, can you just summarize, because we have
yes,
other
I will
panelists
summarize.
who have to take the floor. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. Sorry, we have been at the IMO engaging on these issues, and as the colleagues said, we were with many African delegations who pushed for a study on how these decarbonization measures will impact African states, and in particular looking at food security. So I'm quite excited about this matter, and I'll simply wrap up by saying that a high-level approach is necessary. If we want to look at individual strategies, perhaps that's at the national level. But where the AU can play a significant role is that the AU does have a seat at the IMO. That's one. Two, at a high level, I believe it's time that we establish a continental body at a technical level that we can address maritime issues. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
colleagues,
much.
for your time.
I'm so sorry. I know that we are beyond the time, so I will try to I will not summarize because the time is very short, but we hear a lot regarding the fact that we need a high-level approach on decarbonization issues. We also need to establish a maritime governance body which can lead us on that issues of decarbonization. Allow me to give the floor to Madame Josephine regarding one specific question. How can African ports be integrated into low-carbon logistics network while improving their competitiveness? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I'll do my best to keep it brief because my colleagues have already really touched on the importance of decarbonizing shipping and the role for governance, of course, and collaboration. Something that I want to discuss a little bit more is the opportunity then for ports to improve competitiveness so that they can be competitive in the long-term decarbonized future for the maritime sector. An important thing that I want to raise is that a big part of maritime decarbonization, of course, relies on alternative fuels that are low carbon. And right now, they're just simply not cost competitive with fossil fuels, in part because there's a lot of subsidization for fossil fuels. And we've talked a little bit about pricing measures, but also because there's a lot of infrastructure already in place that supports fossil fuels. So in order for alternative fuels that are low carbon to be able to accelerate the uptake, for them to be taken up by more and more operators, the infrastructure really needs to be there. And of course, ports have a key role to play in increasing the viability of alternative fuels, mainly through the investment in refueling infrastructure, which can make them more competitive in the long term. And it's worth thinking about some of the challenges to investing in refueling infrastructure, but then there are also a lot of opportunities because ports are intermodal hubs. So there's opportunities for other modes to benefit from investments in refueling infrastructure. And there are also tools for regional development. And this has been raised by my colleague from Mauritius, for example, that port operators can align strategies with local and regional stakeholders that can help improve regional development. We see examples of this in Namibia and in Egypt. For example, the green hydrogen production strategy, the alternative fuel bunkering strategy, both of these are in Egypt for the main ports along the Suez Canal. These kinds of strategies, these long-term strategies, have the opportunity to attract shipping activity, and they also drive exports. So there's benefits really regionally for these kinds of investments. And importantly, these kinds of investments require long-term strategic planning, which also reduces uncertainty in terms of the kinds of fuels that will be cost competitive in the long run, the kinds of fuels that will help decarbonize the shipping sector in the long term. So this is also an opportunity for policymakers to make sure that they have the strategies in place so that they can leverage opportunities for private sector financing, they can leverage opportunities to invest in ports such that in the future they are these hubs for regional development. And also importantly, it's worth noting that regions with high potential for renewable energy production can lead the development of alternative fuel bunkering facilities. So Africa as a continent has a lot of high potential for renewable energy production, and for these alternative fuels to be fully low carbon, the upstream emissions also have to come from low carbon sources, and this is an opportunity, again, I would say, for the African continent.
Thank you very much for your contribution. We refer to the major challenges regarding the lack of investment. Mr. James Nganga, if you are in line, can you take the floor, please? Because we want to hear from you regarding the fact that how the African continent can finance the decarbonization process in port in Africa. Thank you, James, for reaching the African Union Commission. So my question will be very simple. What financing mechanism have been mobilized to support energy transition in African maritime transport, particularly for small island states and developing countries? Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I think this is quite an exciting question. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, this is quite an exciting question in terms of that. One of the biggest challenges that we have is actually the issue of the technical capacity before we go straight into the finance. So the bank has a number of instruments that it has set up to address this issue, both from a technical capacity point of view, as well as from a financing point of view. Currently, we have an instrument known as the Climate Action Window, which is targeting about 38 African countries in terms of eligibility. And the Climate Action Window seeks to provide financing to address measures to do with adaptation, to do with mitigation, and this is where the aspects of decarbonization actually fall in under the mitigation umbrella. But nevertheless, currently as we speak, in order to provide the required technical capacity to enable countries to develop appropriate strategies. And here what I'm saying is we do take full cognizance of the high-level approach, but I think there's need for also in parallel for specific initiatives to be undertaken by the different countries aligned to their nationally determined contributions, because this is a climate change discussion. The various climate determined contributions levels of the various countries and the national action plans of the different countries, so that they can mainstream aspects to do with maritime and port issues. Now, the bank here recently launched during the COP, actually last week, at the COP 29, the technical assistance window to support the technical assistance window, of the Climate Action Window program to support technical assistance to enable countries prepare the appropriate strategies which were mentioned by colleagues earlier, and appropriate investment programs, so that the actual roadmap that would contain aspects that are prioritized would be available for consideration by the different players. That is one aspect. The other aspect is that the bank has a program known as the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, which is being done together in partnership with the Global Center for Adaptation, and which is providing financing to support upstream activities to facilitate the packaging of the relevant initiatives that would be required to support decarbonization measures. And this is available to as many countries as possible, and we've had a number of ports actually come forward to tap into this facility. We also have another facility that the bank has subscribed to, which is a multi-DFI facility, Development Finance Institution Facility, known as the MCDF. And here I can confirm and report that Seychelles is a beneficiary, and currently we have an expression of interest going on for consultants who will help package an investment program for the Seychelles that will contain aspects that will also facilitate decarbonization. So we do have scope for other countries to come on board and take advantage of these facilities to address not only the investment side, but the preparation in order to enhance the level of readiness of the specific countries to be able to prepare appropriate policies at national level. Because remember, the maritime sector is defined by certain statutes in the different countries, and those statutes may not accommodate what we would want to call extracurricular activities that go beyond the mandate either of the maritime activities or the shipping activities. And when you look at decarbonization, it is an agenda that actually goes into activities that more or less mirror the energy sector activities. So there is need to have appropriate policies within the respective ports as an investment that would then allow and pave way for aspects of decarbonization like renewable energy infrastructure, like the green shipping ecosystem to facilitate production, storage, and fueling of the alternative fuels to be accommodated within the port space as investments, and to also for those maritime facilities and institutions to be able to provide for that particular activity and investment within their priority programs. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Let me stop there.
Thank you so much for your brief intervention, which will allow me for the last...
Sorry, just an additional. The Climate Action Window Technical Assistance call for proposals is running up to the 5th of February. We have circulated information to ports. We hope some of them who are present in this room will be able to tap and take advantage of that. It's a competitive process. And then in addition to that, we also have the Climate Infrastructure Fund that was launched in early October, which is seeking to facilitate zero emission shipping, and it will be closing on the 17th of January, and we are available to provide the necessary details. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We just realized that the bank is supporting the continent in terms of decarbonization. They have different initiatives which have already taken into consideration, and specifically recently during the COP29. Can you hear me?
I've lost you. I can't hear you.
No. I'm trying to summarize the point you just mentioned. So thank you very much, Mr. James, for your input and contribution. Definitely our port authorities will see how we can join you and get more clarification on how they can apply, because this is a competitive process. So allow me to give the floor to the final panelists. I know that the session was very long, but it means that the question is very hard to respond. So, and also the panelists were outside of the HQ, so apologize for the delay. So the last intervention will come from a medical doctor. Why am I bringing a medical doctor? Maybe everybody is a bit surprised, but I think it's very important to also understand the issues of polluant on transport. So ma question est la suivante, Dr. Michel. Dr. Michel, quel est l'impact de la pollution des transports sur la santé en général? Vous avez la parole.
Merci. Merci, Dr. Aïssa. Et je salue encore une fois l'opportunité que vous me
donnez. De manière brève, hein, vu qu'on est...
Très brève, parce que l'opportunité que vous me donnez pour vraiment parler, échanger un peu sur l'impact de la pollution des transports sur la santé en général. Ce qu'il faut retenir fondamentalement, c'est que selon les données de l'OMS, les transports constituent le quart des actions d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Et lorsque vous avez 25% concernant un seul secteur, cela mérite vraiment que ce débat soit institué. La conséquence justement de la pollution sur la santé touche directement le concept nouveau que l'OMS développe aujourd'hui, qui est le One Health. Lorsque vous voyez le champ d'application donc des transports, que ce soit les transports maritimes, ça touche les mers, les eaux, bien entendu les fleuves également et les océans. Et à ce niveau, l'impact donc de ces émissions touche non seulement la faune maritime, mais aussi tout ce qui va avec le changement climatique. Nous avons également les conséquences liées au transport routier, à savoir les bruits sonores, les transports ferroviaires également, sans oublier le transport aérien. Le secteur de transport donc, est le premier émetteur donc, de gaz à effet de serre. Et l'OMS estime environ 23% donc de décès et 25% de pathologies chroniques liées à la pollution. Alors, fondamentalement, la pollution n'est rien d'autre que la présence donc des substances et de chaleur dans notre milieu dans lequel nous vivons. Et fondamentalement, ce qu'il faut retenir, c'est que nous avons des différents types de pollution, que ce soit des pollutions organiques, des pollutions chimiques, des pollutions à déchets solides, et toutes ces pollutions amènent à ce que justement les hommes sont touchés dans leur santé, les animaux également, et la végétation. Donc les maladies liées à la pollution fondamentalement ici concernent tous les organes. Et les documentations ont été prouvées que au moins 10 pathologies courantes, à savoir l'hypertension artérielle, les AVC, les maladies cardiovasculaires, les pneumonies, les cancers de poumons justement, les cataractes qu'on voit de plus en plus sont liés justement aux effets de changement climatique liés donc à la pollution des transports qui constitue le quart donc des émissions de gaz à effet de serre.
Thank you very much. I would like to give you the final word, but the time is very, very short now. So I want to kindly thank you on behalf of my director, Director Kazarura Kamugisha, who is here currently in our room. And I think it was a very good conversation because this is the first time we also have at the high level conversation regarding the issue of decarbonization. We hear different roads. We are under pressure, high-level decision. We need the AUC to take the leadership regarding the decarbonization sector. We also hear that Africa should not be left behind, but when we try to come up with the conversation today, I think Africa is far behind. So what is the new direction? The new direction is to have a clear platform where we can discuss, where we bring all the key stakeholders to have only one voice for the continent. So maybe the director can close the final word just to say just a few takeaway, and then we close the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Raisa. And I'm lost for words. This session has been not only exciting, but quite insightful. And for someone who doesn't come from the maritime sector, I have been greatly enlightened through the discussions and the points which have been raised. There are the common, what I could say, issues which were being pointed out when I was listening carefully to all the speakers from PAMESA, from the Ports Association of West Africa, IMO, AFDB, and all other esteemed speakers. One is, we need to decarbonize, but how do we get there? You have IMO, which is leading maybe by setting guidelines or, regulations. You have the EU, which has imposed some new laws, which you also asked, how will they impact us? But, the work which is being done by our port authorities, our ports, and our different stakeholders in the maritime sector and port sector. The issue of financial resources is always very crucial. We are unable to transition as fast as we would wish because we don't have the financial resources required, They're not very easy to mobilize. They're not very easy to access. What should we do as a continent to be able to mobilize the required financial resources? And I heard some very good suggestions from the panelists, some instruments which have been at our disposal from the African Development Bank. We need to tap into them. The technology transfer, access to technology, technical capacity has also come out very vivid in the discussions. How we in the African continent will have the requisite technical capacity to be able to undertake this transition. And I heard very well from the, I think the Secretary General of West Africa Association for Ports. Sorry, I don't know. I cannot say the name exactly, but I heard very well when he said, we need that technology. Are we just going to train our experts, then they come and do it? How do we train them? How do we equip them with the relevant skills and knowledge to assist us as a continent to transition to this green transport? The issue of maybe the right regulations, harmonized continental regulations, also coming out very vividly. How do we tackle that? And maybe I will be summarized because of the interest of time. We should use the opportunity of the PIDA week to exchange knowledge. And this is what has been happening in this session, to exchange experience, and above all, to exchange best practices. I do believe the port associations who are represented here, representing our ports, the experts also who are here, IMO, AFDB, the knowledge and the experience and the best practice which you are sharing will help us at the continental level provide that leadership which is required to see how we can support our member states, our different port, maritime and port stakeholders to be able to achieve this transition. So I thank you, Dr. Raisa, for organizing this panel, as well as effectively moderating it. But I really thank the participants, our speakers, high-level speakers today for what they shared and their contributions in their discussion. But also thank the participants, some of them have already left, who also contributed to the discussions and were here to stay throughout and listen to the rich information which has been shared. I will make a request that we need to find an opportunity. I'm not sure in the upcoming AAMA meeting in Dar es Salaam, if we can organize something similar, have enough time, have the stakeholders in place, and continue this conversation. With that, I thank you all.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, GIZ, for the collaboration. We'll still continue to work together, and thank you so much for supporting us. The lunch is at Meles Zenawi side. Thank you for taking. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. I think you're for me. I think it's one minute. Thank you for your perspective. Thank you very much for your. Yeah, you know about our green hydrogen strategy?
I've heard about it for the entire African Union.
Yes, yes.
No, I know about some individual projects, but
Right. Okay, but we have a green hydrogen strategy.
Yeah.
When you refer to it, you're referring to our strategy.
I was
Because
looking
there's
at
the continental green hydrogen strategy,
Yeah.
which will address some of these elements.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank you very much, madam. I really appreciate it. We are talking about port, so we have to be very close my colleague. So I will see you
Yes, I think. Yes, I think.
Sarah, can you come up here? And where is Claudia? Okay. So we may begin, but I'll just wish to confirm again who we have in the room. For the regional economic communities, I see SADC, I see EAC. Do you have any other rec? Okay, so 2 represent the rest. For the corridor management institutions, Central Corridor, see my dear brother from the Northern Corridor. We thought we could catch the LAPSET as well. Are they here? No, that's under transport. But we have the Uganda Railway, okay? No? Yeah, okay, transport, that's also transport. Energy, we have the power pools. I think the Central Africa Power Pool is here. The Southern African Power Pool is here. The Kamelec, they are here. Where are the others? Do you have the West Africa Power Pool? Were they in the session earlier? No, okay. So for the interest of time, maybe we can start. Okay. So maybe I'll start by thanking you all and welcome you to this thematic coordination group meeting, which we had planned to organize on the margins of the PIDA week. We had anticipated to have more participants because we would wish to share the partnership we have and the support we get from the EU, the areas of collaboration, and maybe they share some insights on how they can help in supporting the priority infrastructure projects we are undertaking at the continent, regional and national level. So without much further ado, I will invite Fabio to make some brief remarks before we can proceed. Welcome, Fabio.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. With Claudia, we're still trying to get a presentation. We were supposed to share a presentation. Now we see if we manage. So we are from the DG INPA, I guess you know, from the Directorate Africa in charge of Sub-Saharan regional programs. Maybe, I don't know, Engineer Kazaura, if we should also present a bit, because participants have changed quite often. So maybe just to refresh what this group is supposed to be. So we have, in the framework of our partnership with Africa and the big frame of the Global Gateway Initiative, we have, let's say, foreseen to provide support to investment on some critical sectors in Africa, in particular transport, energy, water, and digital. Few years ago, we have set aside a certain amount of 700 million euros to promote investments under what we call blending modality, which means that we aim at combining our grants with loans coming from international financial institutions, notably the European and the African financial institutions. We decided, this was back in 2021, that to give an institutional framing to our support, we have decided to sign what we call an agreement with the African Union Commission. The idea was to ensure that whatever the European Commission is financing in Africa in terms of infrastructure is aligned with the priorities of the African Union Commission or the regional economic communities. As a practical coordination body of this agreement that we signed between the European Commission and the African Union Commission, we established an informal group, thematic working group, which is supposed to be composed by mainly, so co-chaired by the two commissions, with the participation of all the RECs, the regional economic communities, plus other relevant stakeholders that may be invited as observers or contributors. So basically in the first, I think it is the third or fourth meeting of this group, and in parallel to that, we have also decided to have subgroups on energy, transport, and digital for the time being. Energy met today. Transport, we met in March in Brussels, where we have invited a number of stakeholders to attend the Trans-European Network Days. And on digital, we had a very informal meeting a couple of months ago during a visit of several RECs organized in the frame of the data governance program. So it is a bit informal, and it is a bit to exchange on the big priority projects on which the European Commission is engaging or is called to engage, let's say like that. Now, I don't know if we have any presentation ready or... But you have it for you? No. You can, okay.
So maybe, we have a 90% here. Connecting. Now, to presentation.
Okay, in the meantime, just so the main objective of this group is that we present a bit, I mean, we exchange on the pipeline of projects on which we have been working and we are working. So, but for you, it is important also to understand that this pipeline of projects is really built together with the financial institutions. So this pipeline that we are working on is not a strategic pipeline of projects that we would like to do. So projects like, I don't know, we were discussing before in the corridors on Lapset corridor about a new railway to be developed along that corridor. These are medium long-term programs which might materialize with the support in terms of study, etc. But the scope of this group is not to discuss about this kind of project. It is more projects where we have a bank, like the European Investment Bank, KfW, African Development Bank, that they are already well engaged with the corresponding country, okay, for road rehabilitation, for an energy interconnector, whatever, for a digital cable. And in order for this project to happen, there is a need to mobilize grant money. So these are the projects that we are discussing. So the main, let's say, finally the request comes from the banks. What we want to do is to, let's say, together with the African Union Commission and the RECs, to impose on the banks a policy-first approach. Because sometimes the financial institution, they only look at the financial return or economic return, but most cases the financial return of projects. And sometimes these projects are not always 100% aligned with the policy priorities. So by this work, we try also to push banks to work on projects which are priorities for us in terms of policy. So this is the approach, and that's why in this project we see in this list we see projects that are already at an advanced stage, proposed and promoted by financial institution. And just to say that we have both public investment and private investment, not only on the digital area. Unfortunately, to be honest, just to wake you up, we don't have any digital project yet in our list of projects materializing. So this is for me also a call to these meetings and to other stakeholders meeting that we are having. We desperately want to invest grants in digital connectivity programs. And this is not happening for a number of reasons we could discuss, but here I see that not relevant people are around the table because maybe the colleagues from the digital sector are not present. But what I want to say is in the digital sector, we have a lot of projects which are proposed by private operators. But we try to get the private investment done to the benefit of public users. So for instance, if an investor want to connect a big city because they get a return, we also ask to connect schools, to connect universities that cannot pay, so they are not a buyer, but we as European Union, we can come in like a customer, an anchor customer, let's say, and to pay on behalf of schools, Ministry of Education, or universities, or things like that. So, yes, okay, we have the presentation, then I give the floor to Claudia, please.
The technical issue. So I hope, yes, you see behind me. Okay, so we prepared a presentation that goes through a bit already the processes of working under the governance of this action, and also most importantly the projects that are already currently supported. Can you move on, please? Ah, sorry, you told me also. Okay, there is clearly an issue of visualization, but it's not, in any case, the main messages are showing. So basically, this is just to remind that the Global Gateway Initiative is the strategy of the European Union to connect the world with sustainable infrastructure. And that the main sectors covered by the initiative, Fabio already mentioned them, are the same sectors as PIDA. So infrastructure sectors, transport, digital, energy, water, plus there is also health and research that are less relevant here. Okay.
As you can see.
I don't know why it's appearing like this, but this is another slide of generalities about the Global Gateway, so I think that
it is done on purpose to attract on the logo Global Gateways, since you know we have to show off this logo, so the rest, and the flag.
In any case, do you see it like this also on your screen? Is it like this? Yes? Because now I have it on my screen. I don't know if I can connect my screen to the big screen. I don't know if there is a cable. But in any case, in this slide that you don't see, there is only the mention that the Global Gateway is about hard infrastructure, so physical projects, but it's also about the soft side of things, so the enabling environment, the governance, capacity building, etc., etc. Let's see this one. No, not really. If there is a way to connect my screen to the, yeah. Should it change automatically? Okay. Better. So, just going through the main sectors covered by Global Gateway. So this is for energy. Of course, the priority projects are in the area of regional interconnections, access to clean energy, including clean cooking, renewable energy generation, of course, and also green hydrogen production. But in general, I would say everything that contributes towards the establishment of regional energy markets and at some point continental energy markets. I think this has been covered at large during PIDA. This is the Africa Single Energy Market and the Continental Master Plan, etc. So I will not go on this. We also, for transport, actually, do you want to cover? Or for transport, the idea is that we focus on a limited number of global gateway corridors so that we can basically have more impact by being more focused, and that we would support cleaner and more efficient transport on these corridors. For example, supporting multimodality, shift from road to rail or to maritime, etc., etc. This slide shows the corridors that we more or less decided that we would focus the bulk of our funds and of our actions on. Of course, this is not limiting, in the sense that sometimes we can also support projects that are outside these corridors, but the idea is that we have this blueprint that should guide our action in Africa. There are 12 corridors. I don't go on each of them for the sake of time, but then the presentation we will share. For digital, I will leave you maybe say a few words.
Yes, so digital we have identified, I mean, we said that we want to work on, again, on the investment. Which kind of investment? Basically, we have defined as priorities the submarine cables connecting Africa with the rest of the world. Then we have the region to build a network at regional level. For instance, we know that UEMOA, they have a study on the missing links of the UEMOA network. We also have a strong focus, this morning we presented on the data infrastructure, notably the data centers, and the satellite connectivity. Satellite connectivity to provide connectivity to remote areas where basically the cables will not arrive in the next 5 to 10 years. And also because we are, it is not the matter of this discussion, but for you to know, and I think it is important to say that the European Union and the African Union, they have engaged in a very high political and strategic partnership on space. So we have launched a space dialogue between the two continents. On one side, there is the perspective of using the European satellite systems, notably EGNOS for satellite navigation and Copernicus for Earth observation, to use Earth observation data and satellite navigation services for end users in Africa. So, and part of this strategic partnership, there is also the satellite connectivity of remote areas in Africa. Thanks.
Okay, so now we come to the main topic for the meeting. So this is our action, investments on regional infrastructure. I think it was mentioned by my colleagues while I was trying to retrieve the presentation, but we have approved in 2021 an action that was putting 750 million euro available for grants for the object of a signature of an agreement with the African Union. So now basically we work in this framework in partnership with the African Union, and we work in this action with blending as the main modality. So for who is not familiar with the blending modality, in blending basically the European Union puts a limited amount of grants to blend or to mix with loans that are coming from financial institutions or from other financiers, including private sector, by the way. And then the idea is that this limited amount of grant makes it possible for the project to happen because it increases the concessionality of the financial package, or covers a financial gap, or in any case crowds in additional finance. The system of working with the blending is that basically the two main actors are, on the one side, the countries that need to prioritize a specific investment for their own plans and need to access to finance, and on the other side, financial institutions. So we are basically facilitators, and we would put available this grant component for this project. But we cannot decide unilaterally that we want to finance a specific project if these other components are not present. So this is the agreement that we signed with the African Union Commission in late 2022. So initially the action was covering the three sectors: energy, digital, and transport. I mentioned earlier in our energy group that we have modified this in order to make it possible for the action to also finance other projects that are still relevant for the infrastructure agenda, as for example water projects or climate adaptation projects, for example. The governance of this agreement establishes that this meeting, the thematic coordination group meetings, would meet twice per year. This is actually the second time this year. And that it would be co-chaired by the African Union Commission and the European Commission. This meeting includes AUDA-NEPAD, the REX, and other relevant institutions, like, for example, power pools or corridor authorities, or in general, there can be also ad hoc participants. And sometimes also the financial institutions could be invited. There are terms of reference, it meets twice per year, this I mentioned. And in any case, the main point of these meetings would be to monitor the overall progress on the implementation of this agreement, namely what projects are financed every time. Also to possibly be aware of challenges that could be either political challenges or technical or financial. In any case, when a project is blocked for reasons that are not possible to solve at a bilateral level, then of course it will be also useful to have the political convening power of the African Union and of the REX to try to solve the issues. And then, of course, we also want to promote the visibility of our partnership with the African Union Commission. So we were, the idea would be that there would be events, like, for example, during PIDA or in other appropriate occasions, where we could showcase our joint work. Okay, so I want to go through the state of play now of the use of this envelope. So we mentioned already there were 750 million euros available in December 2021. The agreement was signed at the end of 2022. We are now at the end of 2024. It means that 2 years have passed for this agreement to be active. At the moment, we have already earmarked or allocated to specific projects a total amount of almost 642 million euros. Supporting 25 projects, of which 12 are in the energy sector, 10 are in the transport sector, 1 is mixed energy digital, 1 is in water, and then there are also some studies or study facilities or projects that are on the preparatory action. Which means that we have consumed 88% of the action in 2 years, which is, I think, very good. This is just to give you a bit the statistics, let's say. So energy is a little bit the winner with 311 million euros. Transport follows very closely with 304 million euros. Then we have only 1 water project, so 15 million euro. ICT, as I mentioned, is a part of a project that is shared with energy. In terms of regional distribution, well, you can see, but there are a significant amount in West Africa, almost 240 million. Eastern Africa is almost 150 million, 77 million for Central Africa, and 177 million for Southern Africa and the Indian Ocean. Now we want to show you the specific projects that have been supported. So we divided by region so that it's a little bit more practical and comfortable for you to pay attention. I'm not sure if there is anyone here that represents either the ECOWAS region or the West African Power Pool that has an interest in any case in these projects. But in any case, for the West Africa region, I hope you can, yes, we can read more or less. These are the projects, so 5 in energy, including 2 that are preparatory measures, and 3 in transport. We also have one specific slide per each project. I don't want to maybe be too long, but just to mention the titles. So this is the Eastern Backbone in Côte d'Ivoire that contributes to the strengthening of the West African Power Pool and also will make it possible further interconnections towards Ghana and Burkina. For this, the grant contribution was 35 million, and the partner is the KfW, that is a German development bank. Then we have another project in Cabo Verde. This is an energy framework loan, including a pump storage facility. This mobilized 25 million with the EIB. Wasuna is a preparatory measure. We hope very soon to be able to finance the investment as well. This is a slide on the rehabilitation of the Kapong Dam in Ghana, which is a dam that had a very serious very serious structural issues. And together with the EIB, we are addressing these issues to rehabilitate and make it more stable and secure, and also so that the structural integrity of the infrastructure is preserved. This is in the transport sector. So basically it's a part of the corridor Praia da Abidjan, which by the way is also a PIDA priority project, in particular lying within the borders of Guinea-Bissau. This is also part of the same corridor, Praia da Abidjan. This is basically an investment for the rehabilitation, for the expansion, sorry, of the port of Mindelo in Cabo Verde and other ports in other islands. In this, our partner was the EIB. And this is a project that we consider as part of the Abidjan-Lagos corridor. It is actually a project that will improve or, upgrade the lagunar transportation on the lagoon of Lagos. 35 million is our contribution for a project cost that is over 300 million, and in here is the French Agency of Cooperation that is the partner. Of course, for all these projects, this means that the relevant country, in this case Nigeria, in previous cases Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau, etc., they have prioritized these projects under their development plans, because there is all the time a component that is a loan. So these are the projects in West Africa. These are the projects for Central Africa. I know PAC was here, so I hope they are still in the room, but in any case, in here, actually it's mostly transport, so not really relevant for them. It's a contribution to the Transgabonese, so the rehabilitation of the railway in Gabon, the modernization of the road network of Chad, and then some studies that are feasibility studies for the road basically beyond Bangui. In the energy sector, instead, we also have one project. This is a technical assistance project to Cameroon, basically to the public side, for the negotiations that are ongoing regarding the construction and the PPP for the Kikot hydropower project. So these are specific slides for each of these projects. So for example, for Kikot, the developer is a private operator, EDF, and we support the public side to make them more able to negotiate financial, technical, and environmental issues. This is a slide on Chad. I'm not sure we added a slide for the Transgabonese. These are the projects in Eastern Africa. So there are 4 for energy, and one in water. So in the energy, we have the Cacono hydropower plant, which is a power plant constructed in Tanzania. We have some studies. Then we have the Uganda-South Sudan interconnection, which is a relevant project, also part of the Eastern African Power Pool priority projects. To this project, we allocate 52 million that go entirely to the South Sudan side to make them able to absorb the project, let's say. And then we have a project in Ethiopia that is to support modern and reliable access to renewable energy and digital access. We also support a project in water. This is the Lake Chad Water and Sanitation Program number 2. It is basically a project of waste Lake Victoria, sorry. These are specific slides per each project. So this is for the Cacono. This is for the project in Ethiopia, €1 million. This is for the Uganda-South Sudan interconnector that will interconnect. And this is the Lake Victoria Water and Sanitation Program number 2. So it is water supply services in Mwanza and sewerage sewer services in Mwanza, Bukoba, and Musoma. And this is the last, this is the projects in Southern Africa, Indian Ocean. So we have 3 in energy and 4 in transport. For energy, we have the Malawi-Zambia interconnector. This is a study that is ongoing. It is in cooperation also with the Southern African Power Pool. And then, of course, we will hope to be able to move to the investment very soon. Then we have the Zambia-Tanzania-Kenya interconnector, ZTK. So in this case, we support the Zambian side with a €30 million grant. The other partners are the World Bank and the British Cooperation. This is a project that also will support Zambia, that is currently in a very acute energy crisis, by also diversifying their energy supply. Just to mention that this is on the Zambia side. On the Tanzania side, we support it already under the previous financial framework. So this is a project that we support on both sides. And then we have a fund for green hydrogen projects covering Namibia and South Africa. On the transport side, there is the Maputo-Ressano Garcia railway line doubling. This is in Mozambique. We have the construction of the M1 road in Malawi. We have a project in Madagascar, l'aménagement des corridors de facilitation du commerce, and then we have port extension and rehabilitation in the Seychelles. So as you see, we also cover small islands in the Indian Ocean. Once again, project slides that we added just to give a bit more information. And I think this is the last one pertaining to specific projects. We can, of course, share the slides, but for the moment, I don't know if anybody has any comment or questions, or I can maybe go through the full presentation and then we can discuss later on. So this is just to mention, these are the projects that we are already currently supporting, but of course, we have a much longer pipeline of projects that could receive support if they reach bankability and maturity and financial viability. So this is just a selection of some that we believe are quite advanced and could be financed relatively soon. We have the interconnection between Uganda and Tanzania. We have transmission lines in Mauritania. We have the bridge over the River Tem, that is also a PIDA project, if I'm not mistaken. We have Patamanga hydropower plant, the Yaoundé Ring Road, so several projects that are quite advanced and that are under discussion between us namely our delegations, typically, financial institutions, and African countries or regional institutions. Of course, as you will see, the total amount of these projects, and this is only like the most advanced, is more than the money that is still available on the action. That's why we are in parallel also discussing about a top-up that of course we want to discuss first of all with the African Union, but we believe that there is a meat, let's say, to have a top-up and be able to finance many more projects than the 25 that we finance already. Just maybe one word on project preparation. Of course, this is not the only obstacle to the completion, the concretization of investments, but it is certainly one of the difficulties that sometimes projects are not ready in terms of studies. So we try to address also that part, that difficulty. What we think it's paramount is that since in any case the investments will be done, or the financial side, let's say, will be provided by financial institutions, we think it's very important that financial institutions are involved since the beginning, so since the preparation side. So a bit our strategy is to try to partner up with financial institutions so that they get involved in active project preparation. So we discuss actively with the European Investment Bank regarding a project preparation facility, and then we may consider discussing also with other financiers, because of course we think that the most important thing is that a study, when it's done, does not stay on a shelf somewhere, but actually concretizes into an actual project. This was the last slide, but in case you have any question or comment, we would be more than happy to reply, and if not, maybe Director Casaura, the floor again to you for
Thank you very much, Claudia, and foundation on the Global Gateway and the financing agreement which we had signed on the investment in Africa regional infrastructure. And I think it's very encouraging to see the progress which has been made so far. I have a few comments, being someone who's been listening into and part of the design, maybe a negotiation of this agreement, but I'll reserve my questions, and I'll invite the maybe the distinguished participants first, representing the different stakeholders, if they have any questions. I don't know, I to start with Peter, because I think you know each and everyone. You'll be telling me who would wish to take the floor. I can see you've already started looking backwards. Who's that? Go ahead. Okay, please.
Thank you for the presentation. My name is Richard Businge. I head the corporate planning and strategy for Uganda Railways Corporation. I was trying to check on the list, and I did not see Uganda on the list that you are projecting. And I believe there are a number of interventions that we are trying to do in regard to railway development, and in partnership with the European Union. And we expect European Union to finance the feasibility study for modernization and expansion of Port Bell as a green infrastructure port, the first of its kind in East and Central Africa. And my opinion, it fits very well in your Global Gateway financing, and I don't want to stop there. I believe after the feasibility study, there is a likelihood that it will be a bankable project, and therefore I would like to bring it to your attention that it can attract financing from the climate financing. That's number one. Number two, I want to appreciate European Union for financing the feasibility study for passenger expansion in the GKMA. GKMA is Greater Kampala Metropolitan Area in Uganda. And so I believe that is information that is very critical for the current discussion that we are on. I submit.
Thank you very much, representative from Uganda. Who else will wish to? Mehdi? Mehdi, please.
Thank you, Director, and thank you for the presentation, the EU delegation. My name is Majid Khouili. I'm the Capacity Building and Country Support at the African Energy Commission. Is there any mechanism in place to monitor the implementation of this and assess the progress with this promise, I mean, on the execution side? And is it at country level or is it at continental level? Then is the EU involved? My second question, I think I asked it also during the subgroup, but again, is there any way to use some of this fund to capacitate the institution to also be able to implement, but also to monitor the implementation? And thank you.
Thank you very much, Mehdi. Go ahead. I think Fabio is very fast to noting who's raised their hand. Go ahead.
We are sitting right in front of you, but your eyes tend to be hovering somewhere. Director, maybe you are tired. Maybe we need to go and dance a little bit. No, mine, thank you very much for the update. Quite exciting to see that there's actually movement on or the uptake of the identified projects. Now, I'm interested in your last slide on project preparation activities. And I'm interested in knowing how you intend collaborating with the already existing entities or facilities. I'm talking about my own, let's say, project preparation and development facility of SADC. You also have, from the Southern African Purple, they have a project advisory unit, which is also in that space. Obviously, your NEPAD IPPF, I know you are involved. So how do you see that collaboration with the existing structures just to complement each other? We don't have a lot of money to put into preparation, but I think leveraging on what is already existing and bringing this would complement and really get to see this project being pushed through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Matfolao, and I'll take that offer to go dancing later, so don't escape me. Next, EAC Engineer Osea, please.
Thank you, Director. Mine is related to what Matfolao has just said. I couldn't fail to notice on the last slide that the discussions that are ongoing are heavily skewed towards energy. Yet, I think energy had the lion's share of the previous commitments. I was just wondering if you could increase maybe the transport sector portfolio. And I didn't get to see specific projects along the Nairobi-Dar es Salaam corridor, which is one of the corridors that was presented. And I know that that corridor could probably have a number of interesting projects. And I'm specifically interested in knowing whether you also support one-stop border posts. You know, the EAC is very much interested in trade facilitation, and OSBPs has been one of our strong points. And we are still developing our OSBPs. The OSBPs that we developed, some of them require retrofitting or rehabilitation. So it would be it will be prudent to look at the softer aspects of hard infrastructure which facilitate trade. So OSBPs, vehicle load control is also one of the aspects along these corridors, which is not very well looked after. So you find a corridor is getting damaged because weighbridges are not established, or when established, they're not efficient. So maybe you could diversify your portfolio and look at some of the soft aspects to complement the hard infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Osea. And could we take this, then go for a next round of questions? Okay, please, Claudia.
Thanks a lot for the questions, very pertinent, which makes me realize that all the time I'm too quick in my presentation, so I don't explain very well the fact that in this context and in this meeting, we only cover the scope of one action, which is an action that has the scope of financing mainly hard infrastructure and preparatory measures to the longer term objective of financing the infrastructure. But of course, this does not mean, this is not the Global Gateway, this is just one of the actions that contribute to the Global Gateway. And then of course we have several other initiatives or actions, be them managed centrally at headquarters level or with our delegations or at the regional level, that care about the capacity building side, the soft side, the trade facilitation, for example. So we have a lot of activities. Fabio will speak more in detail, but a lot of activities on soft measures for the different corridors that are in line with facilitation of trade, of cross-border passing, one-stop border posts, and other things. The same for the soft part. So, of course, the Global Gateway as an initiative has the hard side and the soft side. This is one of the actions contributing to the hard side, which does not mean, of course, that we don't have a lot of other programs and activities that also care about the soft side. Governance, strengthening of capacities, enabling environment, etc., etc. So then I will pass the floor to Fabio for more details on this, but just I wanted to take also the question on monitoring of the implementation, etc. So we jointly also with the African Union monitor globally the use of funds, how many projects, where, how the portfolio, let's say, enlarges. But then each of these projects, it's actually a contract that one of our delegation is managing with the specific stakeholders of that specific contract. And so then, of course, the monitoring day to day on the specific activities and on payments and on all the contractual issues is done at the level of our delegations, each of them through the contract that they manage specifically. So I hope this replies to the question. Do you want to take maybe some more on transport, trade?
Yes, maybe on starting with the railway in Uganda. So I mean, maybe I didn't get the name of the specific railway, but I hope you are already in contact with the delegation, the European Union delegation. So they are the preferred interlocutors to raise some specific needs like feasibility studies that you mentioned. So I encourage you to reach out. If you don't have the contacts, I'm ready to provide. Then the question on existing facilities. So as Claudia said, you have seen that we have a quite robust list of projects. So in Dakar a couple of years ago at this summit on financing infrastructure was one of the main recommendations of the summit. But there are several stages of studies. So in this specific phase, we have decided to put the accent on studies which are a bit more advanced and to finance studies that the banks want us to finance. Because we believe that in that way, there are much more chances that the investment will arrive. Very often we have projects which have a political push, where there is a need, but the banks they are not following. So despite the several studies that we have been financing in the past, then at the end, the investment doesn't come. So in this phase, we have been focusing on these kind of studies, and I think we have been effective, because sometimes there are very stupid small studies, but since the financial institution has not done the study themselves, they don't trust. So they say, oh, this was done by the government, we don't believe it is correct, we need to redo or to do better. So we don't want to give to the banks excuses, and we are fighting hard, because sometimes they refuse to do studies because they relax and say, no, you do the study and then you follow the investment. So even a feasibility study, with feasibility study, we have the choice. Sometimes we do the studies, with the governments. The government does the study, stakeholder consultation. We have the feasibility study, which says that the project is financially or economically feasible. And then for 5 years, nothing happens because the banks are not behind. And then 5 years later, we have to redo the study, etc. So I think from the list that we have shown, I think that the choice was a good one for the time being. Nevertheless, and now with the EIB, we are going to create this specific facility for them in particular. EIB is not an easy partner. They are willing to, but they are very complicated. They request a lot of conditionalities on their loans. So we want really to push them to do the study so that you come. But we are discussing with the French agency. We are discussing also to talk about the existing facility. You mentioned the SADC. I think you refer to the facility with the DBSA. So we are negotiating already with KfW and DBSA on a possible support to that fund. We have meetings tomorrow on other facilities at a preliminary stage. So we are always keen to look at different facilities and the opportunity to finance. We are still also looking at the possibility to finance individual feasibility studies. You have seen what Claudia presented. We have financed 3 feasibility studies, because we believe that then after that we will have an investment. So this is a bit the approach, but I think that we have a good knowledge of several facilities. We are following. Sometimes in this phase we decide to co-finance, some others not. Maybe, and then Hosea on the Nairobi Dar es Salaam, no projects, please, if you have, tell us. So, from the field delegations up to now on that part of the corridor, they have not come to us with projects, and the banks neither. So again, the best thing is to talk to the 2 countries and 2 delegations, Dar es Salaam and Nairobi, to present projects. The point, I think, is the one-stop border post. We have, as Claudia was saying, we have other projects, and notably, we have a project which is quite significant in terms of budget, which is called Trade and Transport Facilitation. It has 315 million euros. It's called for soft, but support to one-stop border post, even infrastructure, is done through that program and not this one. For instance, in your region now, in the Northern Corridor, we are also going to finance, it's more than a study, but to develop 11 one-stop border posts in the region along the Northern Corridor with the support also of, and DRC, there is a support in building. Actually it has already been built, but there are some works to finalize it. So one-stop border post remain a priority of our cooperation, but funds, in principle, they will come from another financial project. No, of course, as I said, capacity building, again, it's we are doing all the time, and Again, it depends who to capacitate on what. So in the different sectors, we have a lot of soft programs. You make me think that indeed one other thing that you mentioned about regulatory framework is the support to the tripartite on axle load control, on vehicle load management, and there in that support there is still an important component of capacity building and trainings for, in particular, for the institutional partners. And then I think, engineer, there was a question there that we don't see.
Please go ahead and take the floor.
Thank you very much, the Global Gateway, for bringing this very important energy and transport program for Africa. My name is Yob Satu. I'm the Director of Organization for Innovation and Sustainable Development Africa. My question is it's about all the programs are whether integrated with various agency initiatives like agencies of International Telecommunication Union when we come to the point of the digital transformation program that's planned in Ethiopia is really integrated, and is also other this cross-boundary projects are really just considered in the context of integrating it with the great the China Road Belt program is a very huge program that crosses also Africa. In the case of transportation, is considered in this master plan of the project. Finally, my second question is all about financing and investment in blended financing is proposed in your context. And there is the context of debt, stress, and the burden in most African countries that currently the debt burden ranges about 68%. And the long-term investment return is also anticipated. So how countries are going to manage this issues of liquidity of loans if these programs are being functional using this blended financing? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Apollo Kashanku. I'm from the Ministry of Works and Transport, Uganda. A few years ago, I believe around 2017, we had a good program of Lake Victoria Transport Program in East Africa. And we had done all the preliminary studies in Tanzania and Uganda and Kenya and Rwanda. And it was at the final stages to get implemented when we got some issues. But for us in Uganda, this program we thought was very important and is still a priority program for Ugandans for many reasons. The integration, connecting with Uganda and Kenya, especially that we are land linked, and it would really bring our cost of transportation from the sea, it would bring it down very much. But also, the program aimed at reducing the traffic gridlock in Kampala. The lake goes around the town, and therefore we wanted to shift public transport to the lake, and it was a very exciting project, and EU was partnering with us, and it has not taken off up to now, but it has been our persistent call for this project to be brought back in line for the benefits it brings to our country and region. So I was getting in touch to find if this is still on our radar for implementation or what is the status. Thank you.
Thank you, Apollo. Do you have any other question? Okay, go ahead.
Merci pour cette brillante présentation. Je pense que 82% des 750 millions consommés en 2 ans, c'est une prouesse. Effectivement, le projet est entré réellement en vigueur en 2022 et arrive à échéance à la fin de cette année, si je comprends bien. Je souhaite plutôt savoir maintenant ce qui se fera à l'avenir. J'ai constaté simplement que pour l'Afrique centrale, il y a eu seulement 35 millions d'euros qui ont été développés dans cette région, essentiellement concernant les routes. Alors donc, je voudrais savoir, est-ce qu'en perspective, y aura-t-il une possibilité de se pencher un peu sur le secteur de l'énergie? Tout à l'heure, je vous disais que nous avons 41 projets dans notre portefeuille. L'Afrique centrale, c'est la zone la moins électrifiée. Je sais que l'Union européenne nous appuie, parce qu'il y a déjà eu 3, 4 assistances techniques commencent l'année prochaine, mais je pense qu'il faut mener des actions qui mettent en place des infrastructures. Est-ce que Global Way pourra aller dans ce sens pour investir dans les infrastructures en Afrique centrale? Merci.
Thank you so much. Do you have, so we take these questions? Okay, let's take these questions, then we'll proceed. We'll start with the question from Ethiopia. Thank you.
Okay, I can take some of them and then pass the floor to Fabio. I'm not sure if I understood well the question that was down there, but if I understood well, it was about the level of indebtedness of countries and how we can work in blending for when a country is already, let's say, highly exposed to debt. Yes, thank you. So actually, in blending, the grant contribution that the European Union makes available is exactly for making the whole package more concessional. So first of all, already, even for the countries that are, for example, under IMF program, and then they can also only access concessional finance, our grant is really crucial because we can help reaching the minimum level of concessionality that is requested by the IMF, for example. The second thing is that the projects that we finance and that we want to finance are all highly economically viable. So normally also the banks that work with us, they screen each project very carefully to see that indeed the project has a rate of return, financial and economical, that is sufficient, and that then a project can basically repay itself. So this is the best way actually to bring development without bringing too much of a burden in terms of debt. Of course, then when a country is really in a situation where really it's impossible that they take any more debt, even if it's very concessional, then the way to go is to explore possibilities of public-private partnerships or private projects. And as I was making also a couple of examples, we can also in this case try to support the public side so that the deal in the end is as advantageous as possible for the public side. But in general, all the projects that we finance under the blending structure are highly concessional in any case. Pour l'Afrique centrale et les projets énergie, je crois qu'on a montré 77 millions de projets déjà approuvés pour l'Afrique centrale. C'est vrai que c'est surtout dans le secteur du transport, mais nous sommes très engagés. Vous savez, vous êtes en contact avec notre délégation à Brazzaville. Ils sont engagés même sur la préparation des projets pour des projets énergie prioritaires. Et nous sommes très disposés à pouvoir discuter de quelles sont les priorités. Nous finançons déjà, comme vous le savez, et on a rappelé tout à l'heure, les projets d'interconnexion entre le Tchad et le Cameroun, qui est un projet phare du PAC, et nous sommes disposés à avancer les discussions sur d'autres projets, toujours avec le fait qu'il faut quand même des financiers qui sont intéressés, il faut que les pays soient en mesure de pouvoir prioriser certains projets spécifiques. Et donc, je pense que le rôle du PAC est aussi de pousser l'agenda des projets prioritaires le plus possible avec les différents partenaires, y compris l'Union européenne. Also, it's true, I think it is impressive, 88% of money that is earmarked to projects, but we are very far, of course, from actual starting of works and even farther from the completion of works. You know better than anybody else that infrastructure projects take a long time to materialize. Already they take a long time to materialize to the financial close, so already we are there. It's already the first step, but of course from there to actual disbursement will take quite some time already. But at least this is the first step that we can do to advance these projects. The action started indeed at the end of 2022. It doesn't have an expiry date, so the money is available for the years to come, but of course only 12% is available now, so we think that this 12%, we hope that it will also be allocated very soon to specific projects, and therefore that we could also discuss about bringing more money to this structure. Fabio.
Thank you. So, question for from digital, I think it is a bit a mix, not related only to the digital investments. I mean, of course, as we were in the panel this morning, what we are doing in support of Africa in the digital sector is supporting the digital transformation strategy, notably at the African Union level. And for instance, we were also explaining that what we are doing today, there are a couple of initiatives which are very relevant. I think one is a data governance program that we are through which we are working in several countries. Now, I don't know precisely if Ethiopia is one of the priority countries, because I know the project is intervening in 11 to 12 countries where we are supporting data regulatory framework at national level to align with the data strategy of the African Union, and also supporting the development also of data centers in those countries, and the data sharing between, it depends. So we are looking at data sharing agreements within sectors or between countries, like data sharing in the banking sector, in agricultural sector. So yes, what we do, of course, it has to be aligned with the digital transformation strategy of the countries, but in particular, we frame it under the African Union level. Now, the other point that I want to mention, and maybe it is important for you, for your telecom authority, we have a program together with the Swedish cooperation, SIDA, to support telecom authorities. We are going to intervene in many countries, I don't remember, but more than 25 countries in Africa, with kind of twinning partnership between European telecom regulators and African telecom regulators on a demand-driven approach. So the telecom regulator of a country present a program to be implemented in 9 months to 1 year, and they get the technical support of the European telecom regulators. And the third element, it is what we are doing with, I think you mentioned them, the International Telecommunication Union. We are financing them to support 11 countries, I don't have the list in my head, to develop the broadband mapping system at national level, but harmonized in similar approaches with the other countries. You probably made an unclear question about how we align with the Belt and Road Initiative, but actually I mean, just between the two of us, without the other listening, of course, we have a bit in competition with the Belt and Road Initiative, and we propose the Global Gateway Initiative. And by the way, for your country, we are discussing very advanced discussion with the EIB and a private promoter to develop the Blue Raman cable, which connects Europe, India, and the Horn of African region through Djibouti. And it is a very advanced stage of discussion. On the Lake Victoria, so now a private comment. So I left the region in 2018. So I don't feel guilty if this project didn't move on. On the contrary, I would have loved, because I'm a fan of the river and lake transport. So I return the question to you, why this project didn't develop? It's not because of us, only money. Okay, then let's talk about it. Because you have a bank with money? Okay, let's discuss. But in any case, we want to engage more and more in railway and let's say water transport, because it also, they have much better impact on climate. So we are keen. So again, we can discuss with the delegation, but I'm happy to have a bilateral, since I am a fan of that project personally. Last point, because you mentioned about future, there is a short-term future with a top-up to this action, but now without engaging too much the European Commission and the European Union, you should know that we have a new commission just established, a new commissioner for development, and I think I can say that Global Gateway and investments on infrastructure will remain a priority with additional funds in the next programming cycle of the next 5 to 7 years. So we can work on a continued engagement. That's why it is important to engage in studies, also because we have a perspective of at least 10 years to continue to be a partner in investing in regional and infrastructure in Africa.
Maybe I can offer an opportunity for a last round of questions. Go ahead, Director.
I'm teasing.
Go ahead, Director.
I was just worried about the digital, the thematic group, especially, looking at the areas that you're focusing on, that if we don't tag them along, I understand other sectors are moving fast, your energy, your transport, but the other one is remaining behind. So I don't know what are the plans to make sure that we bring them, because for me, I do have some projects which I think they are also national, strengthening the regional backbone, looking at the last mile connectivity and all those things. So it will be interesting to see, how fast we bring them on board. Yeah.
Yeah, very briefly. It has been indeed difficult for mainly two reasons. So the first one, it is a relatively new sector. So in the European Commission, DG INTPA, so you are partners in Africa, we don't have much expertise. Okay, so we are learning and we are trying to understand, because the part that we need to learn is the financial setting of these investments. Because in this sector in particular, really, the project promoter, 95% of the case, is and shall be a private operator. So since we are providing grants, it's a bit delicate to see which private project do we support. So we are developing a number of financial tools, not only grants, guarantees, blending, and we are trying to, we need a bit a learning process to understand how to best intervene in this sector. And the fact that it is a new sector is also, explains also that there are a lot of studies and a lot of project preparation. So energy is a sector in which we have been engaged for many years, and so we have a lot of projects ready. Transport was a very historical sector for us for many years. So we stopped, honestly, for 5 to 7 years, we didn't engage in the transport sector anymore. Therefore, we have much less projects. Now it's coming again because we have the knowledge. We have a lot of transport engineer in delegation, so it's coming. So it's also a question of human resources. But then to come back to you, we have this platform where we can discuss with the REX. I wonder what the REX can bring in terms of identifying projects, but we also have a platform which is called the D4D Hub, Digital for Development, where we have an advisory board with companies and also with the public sector, and there a lot of discussions to try to stimulate projects. But the other difficulty is that since they are private operators, they don't like to talk about their projects. So it's secret. So it's difficult. You have bilateral, so I cannot tell you too much about all the discussion that the European Investment Bank is having, because it's secret. They want to keep their project. I want to finance this one. Even there is competition between banks to be the ones financing. So yes, we are learning, but I mean, if we can boost a bit also this dialogue at institutional level, for instance, in Central Africa with CAC, yes, ECAS, we have been discussing also of a plan that they have of a number of data centers to build for the region. So yes, we are ready to continue this discussion and to try indeed, or with the Digital Investment Facility, we have created a dedicated facility to develop data centers. So, basta. I promised to be short, but it was not.
Thank you so much, Fabio. I saw you were getting excited in providing that clarification, but I'm sure Director Mapolao has got the gist of the points you wish to raise. Do we have? Oh, did I say that was the last round of questions? Yeah.
Yes.
And I hope. Are there any really burning questions, or can we maybe conclude the session? And what one? Okay, one last one here. You know, is.
Sorry, because we have one of my colleagues who is listening from there, and he sent me messages. I think I feel like I have to mention the message before we go, and he is talking also in the name of PowerPoles. My colleague teacher sent a message saying, one thing we should really emphasize is project preparation, but not the usual way it is being done. Because we know that delays projects, and you come back after 3 years or 5 years, the feasibility study has expired. Why not bundle it in such a manner that it's done in a process where there is an institution that controls that process, so that you know that you have a capacity building which goes to an institution, and that institution is doing it systematically, that you can't get it wrong. It's something to consider, to think about, maybe to bring it to a discussion. We know some tools. I know my colleague, I don't know what, I think he's gone. Here is Get Invest. They are already in discussion with colleagues from the GIZ PIDA. Maybe let's make it an institutional discussion, which then brings project preparation to some useful way of. I think we got a comment from African Development Bank yesterday or today, that they are also interested to see how can we make sure that project preparation works on an institutional basis. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Crispin. Did you wish to quickly respond to that? Fabio, yes, go ahead, yeah.
Yes, I mean, yes and no, in the sense that yes, we need to find the best way to support project preparation. Now, to have, I mean, for me, there are so many different kind of studies and level of studies that I don't know if to have an hosting institution that everybody would rely on, because the example that I made before, even when I was in delegation, that we have studies done by us, I mean, financed by us with the government. Sometimes you have the bank, maybe even the European Bank, coming and they say, let me redo it because I have to put my money, so I want to do the study. So to find a system, I mean, kind of, and where it is centralized in one institution that inshallah is reliable for everybody, I don't know. I think that it has a merit to have several facilities, because to respond to several needs. But as I said, I mean, we are looking at all the existing facilities and to see which ones are most effective, which one have been more effective and have the capacity to be effective in the future. But it is a common concern that we have. Now, I don't know if we have that an easy solution, like to have anchor to one institution, which could be Auda NEPAD. Of course, we are discussing with Auda NEPAD in many sectors, and we see the added value, but now to have one tool that everybody would rely on, sorry not to say yes, fantastic, but I think there are some merits to have something like that, but they cannot respond to all the needs, in my opinion. Sometimes you have a private, I mean, talking about digital, a private operator doesn't need any study. They do the study themselves. They want to put the cable, they do the study for their investment. Now, even when a government puts a cable with public funds, you have the risk that then the private operator will not use it because it is not done according to their needs. We have seen that in a couple of projects that we have financed in the past. So for me, the studies, we have to be very much tailored, and so many and several facilities, in my opinion, make sense.
Thank you, Fabio, but maybe I'll say that's not what will take us the final answer. It's a homework. You need to go and work on it and come back after teach, and Dr. Crispin has shared with you more information on how they conceive or consider how this will work, and maybe you can work internally at the EU and come back with suggestion on how it can work. We're here to look for solutions. Okay, and I think I gave that opportunity to ask the last question to Crispin. I will invite Sarah, my head of division, if she would wish to share anything based on the discussions we've had today. Please, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Director. And I think this has been very informative and complementary to the sessions that we just previously had before this session on the energy group. We had a lot of exchange with regional bodies, power pools, and DFIs. And I think this would be a catalyst for further and future discussions. We now raise the points that need to be discussed and further delve into discussion into. So basically, I think this was very good as a start, but we still need more clarification and maybe more information from both sides to be exchanged in order to come to a sort of impactful outcome. And thank you very much, Claudia and Fabio.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Fabio, you also maybe allow me to say a few words, with your permission. One, I again thank the EU team for the opportunity to share with us on the Global Gateway, the 750 million investment in regional infrastructure in Africa. There is a lot of very good progress which has been made, and I hope, Claudia, in your presentations in future, you can tell us the 88% of the 750, which is about how much? $660 million so far, which has been secured as leveraged, how much in terms of investments from the banks. So, we can make maybe a comparison of how effective this envelope has been as we are looking forward to see its replenishment. I had a few key points, but luckily they've been addressed through the questions which have been asked by the distinguished participants and in the presentation which was made earlier by Fabio and Claudia. I'm a bit concerned that at the AUC level, when I am requested to convene our stakeholders, meaning the RECs, the sub-regional organization, the power pools, the corridor management institutions, etc., they are here to listen or get information on the initiatives in which we at the AUC and Auda NEPAD are driving at the continental level with the support of our partners. As we get these sessions, which are more or less, you have to admit, information sessions, as it comes that the EU will share with us, for example, the state of play of these regional, investment in regional infrastructure financing. we are just at the receiving end, okay? We then raise questions like you've heard, the port bill, the trade facilitations, the energy access, electricity access in Central Africa, the capacity building and monitoring. You know, now these questions comes after we've fed this information. At what point are we able not only to influence, but to share our priorities for consideration? It's very clear how this process is driven. It's through the EU delegations in the member states, as well as the banks, correct? Yeah. And if it's driven by the banks and the EU delegation in our member states and our member states' priority projects, after 2 years of implementation of this project, of this program, I wish to suggest that we make a review. Has this been very effective? Is it responding to our continental and regional priorities? Yes, to some extent it is. You know, I agree. We've seen the projects, but can it be optimized and made more effective? These are the questions we need to be asking ourselves. I wouldn't wish to be in the next session, to be honest, Claudia and Fabio, where you again will present the projects, the additional resources which have been availed, the negotiations which have been made by the EU delegations, our member states, and the banks. And for us, it's just to take it for information and again raise the same issues, you know, the Lake Victoria Transport Program, you know, the Northern Corridor Railway Project, for example, the standard gauge, etc., etc. How are the conversations arising from this forum being addressed by the EU team? Okay, so I'll suggest that one, Fabio, if you accept, and this is work which you and I need to do because I'm accountable to report back to the regional economic communities, sub-regional organizations who are here. Let's do a review. Let's agree. Let's do a review. We've had these projects presented. This is my 4th time attending this meeting. Yeah. If you recall, we did it during the PIDA week in January, February 2023. We did it during the Dakar Financing Summit. For those who were there, I think that was January, February. No, PIDA week was 2022. Then the Dakar Financing Summit in January, February, I think 2023. I think we've had an online session, and we're very fortunate that we have the subgroups meeting as well on energy, transport, and digital. So what feeds from the subgroup to the main thematic coordination group meeting? This is what we need. It will make our meeting very easy. I have to admit, Fabio, I know there was a lot of expectations in this meeting, and you kept following up for me to confirm how many of the required members have we invited and notified that they should be present in this session. It's a bit not very encouraging. We have the same almost participation we've had in all the other sessions. So my request is, rather than waiting to have a major event taking place where people are focusing on a lot of other priority and thematic sessions, we have a dedicated session, the EU, the AUC, AUD, and NEPAD, and our stakeholders, where we can discuss 2 days on this investment in regional infrastructure in Africa. You'll agree with me, unfortunately, Fabio, you're not there during the Connecting Europe days. When we discussed transport, Claudia, you're there. We co-chaired that session. It was very effective because we had all the transport stakeholders, we had all the RECs, we had all the corridor management institutions, and I'm not saying because it took place in Brussels, the capital of the EU, but we can have a successful meeting also if the same meeting takes place in the capital of Africa. So going forward, Fabio and Claudia, what our request? Can we make an honest review that at the present moment, we have got very successful in terms of disbursement of the envelope of the 750 and the 24 projects which have been identified and the secured funding, but how can we improve the process going forward? 2 is the element of the structure we have for the coordination. Thank you, Claudia, for reminding us. The governance structure of this coordination mechanism is captured in the simplified financial agreement we signed in the investment in regional infrastructure in 2022. So it's there, and the TORs are there. What we're supposed to be doing, it's there. Has it been effective? We look at the structure. The co-chairing of the EU and the AUC and AUDA-NEPAD, the composition of the stakeholders, has it been effective? How can we further improve it? And the last point, and I'm very grateful that at least I don't need to speak on this, is the consideration in providing resources for the project preparations. But because it's very unfair, you wait for the RECs, the sub-regional organizations to mobilize resources to do the initial studies, and you just come in to put in the investment. See how we can have some project preparation facility, which has been well addressed by Fabio and Claudia here. So we are very confident and we're very grateful that aspect has been taken care of. What I will wish to request, and this addresses the first 2 points also, is how can we enhance or strengthen this coordination mechanism? It's there. Claudia, thank you very much for covering for us that we are doing the monitoring, but in truth, we haven't started. If the RECs here will ask me, how many of the projects have you monitored? I'll say we've monitored the same way we've done when they were presented here to us. So how can we strengthen this monitoring? I know Damir is here. We have some funding for this purpose. So I'll wish to request Damir that we expedite concluding the contribution agreement, the $200 million, which has been set aside for this purpose, so that the AUC and its stakeholders can be able and effectively monitor the implementation of these projects. And when Claudia will come and present these projects to us, we'll be in a position to say, yes, we've seen this project, we know how it's progressing, we've monitored it, and we're very comfortable. So this is a call to my dear brother Damir, that see how we can expedite this process. Fabio told me to say this actually, how we can expedite this process of finalizing the contribution agreement. Having said that, Co-Chair Fabio, I'll also invite you to say maybe some closing remarks. But again, I wish to express our sincere thanks. And I'm sure these projects, as we always work on the same objective, are for the benefits of our member states. They are priorities of our member states, but we also wish to make sure that they respond to our regional and continental priorities. And I'll give an example of the CMP. How far are we in supporting the CMP pipeline, for example, under the Global Gateway Initiative? With that, I thank you all. I thank the participants, the distinguished representatives of the regional economic communities, the power pools, the corridor management institutions, and all the sub-regional organizations who are here for your active participation. But above all, I thank the EU, as always, for organizing this session. It has to be continuous. We're supposed to meet twice a year, but let's review the structure and the modalities on how we meet. Thank you so much.
Yes, I mean, after these words, I just agree. I don't need to do final words. So we take all your recommendations. We agree 100% on this need. So let's do, and let's go for it. And for the rest, no, thank you for the debate and for the questions. We are always happy to provide on clarification, but it is true that it is a bit the same scheme all the time. So you should be more in a position to come and to say, I mean, to be on top of the monitoring of this. But to be honest, even in headquarters, we are, as Claudia was trying to say, we are also collecting the information. So we are probably not on the top of what is happening in each individual project ourselves, but we are happy to see that Global Gateway is materializing. So then next meeting, not for in these big events, but a dedicated meeting in 6 months, something like April, in a nice place, sunny place, the preference not in Brussels. Dar es Salaam. No, Zanzibar is too much, too distracted. Okay. We vote, we raise the hands of, no. Okay. Thank you very much and see you tomorrow around. Thank you.